and ahoy once again to ye mateys! I be your increasingly hairy and bearded DM, Josh the Pirate, and it brings me more satisfaction than the amount of carbon dioxide that gets pumped into the atmosphere by the coal industry in a year to welcome me back to Corsair's Cove and my Humblewood world of monsters and magic. Above me, I have me hearty crew, the nocturnal Karen Schlink, the naughty Brendan Ellis, the nefarious Daria Surname Redacted, and our special guest for tonight, the nihilistic Rhythm in the Mind. So, let's talk about these wonderful people, shall we? Brendan, who the absolute heck are you, and how is your show going?
Thank you for asking. I am Heckin' Brendan Ellis. I'm an actor and director here in Perth. My show is on at the moment. They're actually about to start in about 15 minutes time, so good luck to them. Come see it. Just kidding, you can't because it's sold out.
What?
Just kidding.
No.
We had to add an extra show on Sunday, so we're doing an extra Sunday matinee so that if you haven't got a ticket yet, then you can come see it. But yeah, otherwise we are sold out.
Wow. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Because I was dead set planning to, and if I can make the Sunday matinee, I will.
I would suggest investigate tickets after this stream.
Yeah.
Because they're likely to sell out.
That's awesome, dude. Congratulations.
Yeah. So that's cool. So come see the show, buy tickets during the stream, and then you might stop Josh and Karen from coming to see it.
Oh.
Rude. Feels rude.
Alrighty.
Such an incentive.
Speaking of Karen, who the heck are you?
Hi, I'm Karen. I'm a writer, a performer, and someone who usually does a really good job of cutting her own fringe, but yesterday did not.
Hey, look, draw attention to it. That's a good idea.
Yeah. So if anyone's like, her fringe looks a little weird, I'm like, yeah, it does. Now I have to wait for it to grow out so I can make it look unweird. I'm excited. Yes, you can follow me on the Twitters at Mother of Bunnies. You can follow me on Instagram as my saucy alter ego, Miss Lola Moore, or you can listen to my dulcet tones on the There Be Dragon podcasts, where I play the, I was about to say the infamous and deadly, and then I was just like, wait, stealing Josh's line there. The famous and very safe and cuddly Dragonborn warrior, Ryland Westfall.
I don't know if that's true at all, but yes, Daria, who the heck are you?
My name is Daria. I'm an artist. I play D&D here and on the Eldritch Scribe Twitch channel. Also, I have a shoulder cat named Iriska. There she is. You can find my art, for example, here on this channel. And I'm just here to have fun.
There you are, and there is our new party member and our new art there, Julio Switchgear. Isn't he cute? And very excited for next week when possibly more art will be shown. How exciting. And Rhythm, who the absolute heck are you?
I, the absolute heck, am Rhythm in the Mind. I write Touch over at touchwebserial.com. It is an urban fantasy web novel that I've been working on for about 5 years now. Other than that, I used to DM Avatar Legends.
That's the one.
Over on Roll for Damage and Corsair's Cove. I am between gigs at the moment on that. And besides that, I keep myself to myself. Yeah. Greetings.
That you do. And Madame et Monsieur, Dame und Herren, and being of indeterminate gender of persuasion, I be Josh the Pirate. You can find me here on my channel, Corsair's Cove. But you've done that. Congratulations. Well done. Keep doing it. Where I DM a lot, and I sometimes play as well now. I have finally managed to pressure someone else into DMing for me, so I just get to play, and it's very fun to be Beryl Ingot's Fury occasionally. Don't worry, I won't make you do it forever, ever. I'll take back over in a minute, and then we can keep swapping. But other than that, you can find me on the podcast There Be Dragons as well, where I play the infamous and deadly pirate Scan Felspar, and generally infesting the art scene in Perth. Cool, excellent, well, let's see, what else in my thing? Oh yeah, we do need to talk about Ukraine! And I shouldn't say it that excitedly, because it's actually not an exciting situation. The Ukrainians find it very not exciting at all. It's quite upsetting and problematic for them over there. That link right there, what I have put in the chat, is to the emergency action appeal. There are over 8 million Ukrainians currently fleeing violence, and we're trying to help them by directing people to a place where people are raising money for them. So it'd be super groovy if you could consider heading on over there and throwing any spare pennies you have into that appeal. We've raised over $3 million so far for Ukrainians fleeing violence, and I say we, I mean the appeal. I haven't done that. But if we can raise any more, that would be really dope.
If only we had $3 million worth of clout.
Yeah, exactly. Soon, one day. Yes, I must also remind our shiny, bright, and possibly even glistening audience to please like, follow, and subscribe to all the socials, you bloody champions. No, that's...
That is not how you spell
socials. Socials. And then I put an exclamation mark in front of it. There you go. And the YouTube, you bloody champions. The YouTube is not quite up to date anymore. It is getting the best of me at the moment because my editing software is being all weird. But I'll catch up on that one soon.
I personally think it's the footage, not the,
you reckon?
the program.
All right. Alrighty. Yeah, don't blame me,
I
Josie.
think there are kinks in the code beyond the understanding of us mere self-taught mortals.
This is true. Alrighty. Well, I think we should probably have a bit of a recap on what the heck has happened to all these characters, because all of you are playing characters who have been in this world before, and we haven't heard from a lot of them in a while. I think we've heard from Julio most recently, so we could possibly... Julio, what the heck happened last time?
Oh, so much.
So much.
Well, when Kesh and Ereq went to the wedding, Julio was left with Arthur to bond and babysit and benefit from all the solitude they have to do whatever shit they want. And the shit they wanted to do is get a boat, become pirates again, and sail with another crew to unearth some sassy, mysterious treasure. But surprise, surprise, Arthur is a dread pirate now who is in command of a pirate ship of ghosts. So that's fun. Julio kind of inherited the 2-foot-long boat that Arthur had before that. And coming back a pirate with a fresh pirate title and tears of separation only just drying on his face.
The boat wasn't just 2 feet, it was 3 Arthurs long and 3 Arthurs wide, as I recall.
No, I think it was 3 Arthurs long and 2 Arthurs wide. It's not a perfect circle.
No, it wasn't an orb.
I
No,
think
it's a
only
boat
one
shaped.
Arthur wide.
Well, no, but the width of an Arthur isn't the same length as the length of an Arthur.
Oh, okay. So we're talking about
imagining,
Arthurs in terms of length and width, not
the
just
width
an
of an
Arthur as
Arthur,
a
yeah.
singular measurement term.
Yeah, no.
Okay. So you could be, 3 Arthurs long, but only 3 Arthurs wide as well.
Yeah.
Listen, we're not math biologists. We don't know.
I feel like we're straying slightly off the point of the fact that Arthur irreversibly bonded himself to a ghost ship.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He did do that.
Because that's just the sort of goose he is.
Brendan,
What if
have you seen the ep?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. I have feelings, and when Ereq finds out, Ereq will also have feelings.
Ereq will have a lot of feelings, I imagine. Yeah. It wasn't a ghost ship, it was a zombie ship.
Sorry.
Right.
Oh, well, that changes everything.
That's significantly worse.
Yeah, much, much worse. Particularly given the religion in the Humblewood being all about, cyclical cycles of life and death, and reincarnation is very much a thing, but it's more sort of spiritual reincarnation, not so you don't remember your last life, is very much the thing. This is very against that idea. Kesh and Ereq, what the heck happened to you last time we saw you two?
Who wants to go first?
Please, be my guest.
Okay, so Kesh and Ereq got invited to a fancy pants wedding of Eric's cousin, whose name I've totally forgotten, but
Greeky.
Greeky, thank you. We were invited to Greeky's wedding because we're like a little famous now that we defeated the wake worm. We say defeated, we really just pacified it and sent it on its way. But it's fine. It's the same thing, right? And we went to the wedding and everything was like cool. Like Trish and Bennick were there.
Yes.
Trish and Bennick were there, and we like screamed and hugged each other, and it was really nice. And
Began very well.
Then someone fucking kidnapped the bride, and Greeky like went all like, I must save my bride to be mode, which was not what I was expecting from him, but when it happened, we were ready for it. So we like fucking investigated the shit out of that. I'm just using all the swear words tonight because I'm tired. And ended up going out a fucking window into some fucking woods, and then we found the fucking bastards and like killed them all. And Trish got really mad at Ereq because Hope got hit by an attack and like poofed out of existence. And so Ereq like you had a whip thing, and you like whipped this guy out of a tree, and he like died. And Trish was really mad about it because he'd surrendered. And you were
Surrendered.
Yeah.
Yes, he'd surrendered. And so Trish was like, "You can't kill him. He surrendered." And I'm like, okay. When did we develop such a hardcore moral code? Alrighty then.
About a week ago, in Trish's case. Yeah, dead
About
set.
a week ago. And Kesh didn't really feel like she could explain Hope being like killed.
Soul bonded to Ereq.
Just like he's soul bonded with a fire spirit. It's a long story. She didn't feel like she could tell that story. So it also meant that she couldn't really defend Ereq properly because she's like, yeah, I can't really defend you unless I'm allowed to tell her what your thing is. And you're not telling her, which makes me feel like you don't want her to know. So I'm just going to stand here awkwardly while Trish tells me that you're a terrible person.
And Ereq then agrees with her.
Which made it even more awkward. So Kesh is a bit conflicted about all that. But the happy couple got married anyway. And we're not 100% sure who was behind all the shenanigans because Grandma was like, it definitely wasn't me. And we're like, feels like it was though.
Totally was.
And that's more or less the gist, I think.
Yes. I think so. What I might layer on top of that is that Ereq only went to the wedding because he was being emotionally blackmailed about his unwell mother, who he briefly saw towards the end of the wedding.
Accused of emotionally manipulating him?
Well, his grandmother absolutely did that several times, as she's famous for doing in the family. There were a lot of feelings going on in Ereq's head. He was in a place where he felt vulnerable and didn't want to be. People were attacking him and his family. They had killed his fire elemental that he was bonded to. He was trying to bring down a bird folk perched on top of a tree to prevent him from escaping, and he just wasn't careful enough, and the bird folk died.
And look, these things happen.
Yeah. That happened to me like 3 times a week.
Nah. I know, I'm being attacked.
It's the
Savage
night
by
of
Papa.
needy pets, isn't it?
Yes, I know. She has been
Mind
lonely
you,
all day.
I got home and the dog like disappears for 15 minutes. No idea where she was. And then just turns up like she hadn't just disappeared for 15 minutes and lay on top of me. And I'm like, where have you been?
And the other person who I can now introduce, exciting, is...
out of the way.
Tavernish. Is Tavernish Fox! Fantastic Mr. Fox is back with us. Tavernish, what the heck happened to you last time?
Well, last time I was hired by an anonymous benefactor to steal a given item from a warehouse out on the
the docks.
In the docks, thank you. out on the edges of the Alderheart. And it went rather oddly. We found a bit more information than we were bargaining for. And as my compatriots went their separate ways, I found myself sitting on a bit of a treasure trove of information that I'm now trying to figure out what to do with. And that's my deal.
Glorious. Alrighty. Well, that's us all caught up. So I think first we need to. I need to say, mateys, may your leather armor be studded and all your friends be boats, as we head tremulously at first, and then with mounting heat and passion into the Humblewood. So, Ereq, you this is before you leave the wedding. Greeky comes back up to you and says, Ereq, as a thanks for what you and your friend did, we thought, don't know where you're wanting to go after this, but the family is more than happy to shout you a teleportation spell. Speed you on your way a little bit. Not that I'm trying to get rid of you. I am really grateful. Did you want to go up and see your mum?
Yes. Let me think on the teleportation spell. I'll speak with Kesh and see what our plans are for the coming days. Yes, I'll go speak to Mother. Thank you.
You're welcome, mate. You head upstairs into the not nearly so impressive a tree that your family... Well, it's actually sort of a collection of trees that your family live in. The ancestral Shadowmolt home. Yes, your mother is in her rooms with your father. He is sort of hovering over her a little sort of anxiously, like... He's treating her like a dry twig, like she could snap at any moment. And she could, but only verbally. She clearly hates being treated like she's weak. Mm-hmm. Which is entirely in keeping with what you know of the woman.
Yeah.
Whose name was Iari? I'm trying to remember.
Yes.
Yeah.
Your memory is better than mine.
Yeah. Something like that. I can't remember where I put my notes for this one. But yeah.
No, Iari is
Granny?
grandma.
Yeah.
Area.
Iria.
His mum.
Iria. Yeah. So she says, you're back. Hello.
Hello, Mother. I am sorry, can I just clarify, has the wedding happened?
This is post-wedding, yeah, absolutely. This would be the evening of?
Yeah. Last session, we had like a quick little scene where I came in but did that happen, or...?
Yeah. Consider this to be the same, but a continuation of.
Right, okay, sure. Yeah. I am sorry to see that you are not well. I'm sure that today's events have not helped the situation.
No, but your assistance in them has. I'm proud.
In my time away, I have developed some magical abilities with the tenders. I was wondering if I would like to help you to get better. Would you be willing to allow me to see if I can figure out what's happening?
Your father begins to say something, and then she's like, gives him a look of no, and then looks at you and says, Your grandmother has brought some of the finest doctors, but you're welcome. I won't stop you.
Okay, I'm going to cast Detect Poison and Disease, which I had prepared because I was thinking that I might get poisoned at this wedding. And it happens to be relevant for a completely different reason.
Very well. Cast that. You do so.
So let me read it to you because...
Good idea, yeah.
Yeah. So I can sense the presence and locations of poisons, poisonous creatures and diseases within 30 feet, and I identify the kind of poison, poisonous creature or disease in each case.
All right.
But I don't know if this is some kind of unidentified weird disease.
This is not. It's a wasting sickness. It is. The Humblewood probably doesn't have a word specifically for it. And it's you don't sense any poisons. This is not a poison. This is not. She has not been poisoned. I want to actually be clear. Sorry, you do sense a couple of poisons, but they're not in her. There are a few. There is like 2 on. You sense poison on her dresser, or like in one of the drawers on her dresser. But yeah.
And are we talking like alcohol? Or are we talking like
no. You're talking
poison?
You're talking something with which you would use to incommode somebody else in a long-term or possibly permanent fashion. Yeah. One is deadly. The other is just serious.
A laxative, yeah.
Yeah, sure. But she has not ingested either of these. She is. It is an issue of her liver. I don't know how much you would get from the spell, but yeah, it's her. A couple of her organs are starting to shut down from it. She is like her system is struggling, but it's an entirely organic, non-magical thing.
I don't know if the spell would give me this, but does it say anything about any kind of cure?
Not really. You would know that like there are some heavy-duty healing spells, but this is the sort of thing that is in the wood considered sort of natural.
Yeah.
Like they are and more fervent believers in the Amaranthines. Like the trick about this world, and it is a question I will bring up later, how religious are all 4 of you? The trick is in any world where people know the gods exist, faith isn't as much of a thing because faith is the absence of proof, whereas you guys have proof. Some like Kesh knows people who have met gods. Well, now so does Ereq. So has Ereq met those people. But the knowledge that the gods exist is an actual thing, and that they are very much of an opinion that life should be a cyclical process, and no one ever truly dies. They are reborn again eventually. Is not just a tenet of faith. It is an actual known fact. And so there are people who obviously want to reverse it, and those are called necromancers, and what they do is illegal. And
some of them are really weird serpent who stare at people.
Exactly. And whilst trying to heal the sick is certainly not considered necromancy or in any way immoral, there is definitely an element of this should be sometimes it's not a bad thing if
sometimes it's meant to be.
Yeah, sometimes if that just happens, there is a degree of not fatalism but acceptance by the people taking it, and that depends quite a lot on how religious they are.
Okay. Follow-up
I don't
question.
know if your mother would be particularly religious, however. Is that the follow-up question?
follow-up question, which again may or may not have an answer. Either from the spell or from looking at her, would I be able to tell kind of how long she has?
Anywhere from months to years.
Okay.
And she could well recover on her own. Like, well cared for, she may well recover. This is not
It's not terminal.
It could be, but it's not by no means certain that she will die of this.
Sure. Okay.
It's not a shit's fucked sentence.
Yeah, no. You don't have weeks left of your mother. You have probably years.
Sure.
Ah.
The symptoms are not unlike cancer.
Yeah. Tune in next week for more fun D&D.
I specifically avoided the word cancer, actually.
Yes. Yeah. No,
Let's just say
getcha.
she has longer to live than the person who she will give the fucking poisons to.
Yeah.
I don't know what those are about.
Yeah. There is plenty of people that Trish will meet in the next few weeks who will die. Which is the crowning irony of her being so angry about it. I was really happy that I'd written that before it happened.
It's like, the good news is, Mum, you're probably not dying. The bad news is, whoever you give that shit in your dresser to is definitely dying.
I don't think that's bad news for her.
No. She's like, oh, good, it does still work. Yeah.
She'd be like, I know.
I also feel like with this spell going, I could walk through every room in the house and I'd probably pick up about a dozen of them.
Yeah.
Just wandering through the house going, that's poison, that's poison, that's a
What
poison.
kind of family does Ereq have? Like, what is this shit?
Don't worry about it.
This
They-
is
they
world
love-
building.
They love death.
I will though.
There's a reason why Eric left.
Super groovy.
Pick up,
People
but
all
what
the
the spell
time.
doesn't pick up is all of the anti-venoms that are also in her her dresser.
Yeah. In a ring that she wears, like, it's just constantly piercing her skin and giving her just a constant solution.
In Eric's family, you just get up, you have your cup of tea, you have your anti-poison,
Yeah. You start
and
the
you
day.
get about your day.
Yeah.
Okay, so having gleaned all of that information, I stay quiet and I say, after a little while, well, it seems that with any luck and with good care, you are likely to recover.
Oh, yes. Such has been already mentioned. No one gives me a timeline.
I'm sorry that I wasn't able to secure you an heir.
She smiles. And says, I said I was proud. And I am. You were never what you were meant to be here. Perhaps it's this illness has made me melancholic, but go out and be the man that you deserve to become, Ereq. It only saddens me I probably won't see it.
I look at Dad. And I try to say
He
what
looks
he's-
constipated. He looks somewhere between furious and befuddled. He looks like he's trying to swallow a gallstone. Like, just...
May I approach you, Mother?
I'm imagining that you were, like, on bended knee near her, yes.
I imagine that I was not much further into the room.
Okay. Very well, yeah. And she's like,
I go to her bedside and I kneel down and I put my arms around her.
she accepts the hug. There is a chin on, it's like she rests her beak on your shoulder.
Does a bird have a chin? Would we consider birds chinned creatures?
Add a beak to a chin would look weird. Like a chin underneath the beak. Because, yeah.
Daria, can you get onto that, please?
I'm already sketching. Your
We need a
next
bird
set
with
of
like a-
nightmares is almost there. Let's go.
Hoggy.
Alrighty. Just because we have other stuff to do, that was a lovely scene. Gorgeous. Do you avail yourselves of the teleportation spell?
Hey, Kesh, we've been offered a teleportation. What's our plan? Are we meeting the others back in Alderheart? Do we need to
No,
go
we're going
past
back-
Saltar's Point to pick them up?
I said they could wait at Saltar's Point, and I told Julio to keep Arthur out of trouble. But so we might getting back there sooner rather than later might not be a bad idea.
Well, we can get a teleportation to Saltar's Point.
Love it. Should I have drunk less before we do this?
I feel like I should have drunk more.
Oh, okay. We'll probably balance each other
The
out.
party is still going. You could stick around for a few more hours, and it's late. You can be teleported at when you're drunk and just want to go home to sleep. It's sort of like calling someone a cab.
I'm good to go a few more hours, Eric. There's still champagne.
I'll watch.
The dancing goes on into the night. Kesh, make me a performance check. Because I'm assuming you do. I think Kesh tears it up at weddings.
Flat 4.
Excellent.
I'm not a good dancer, but I'm very
You're an enthusiastic dancer. I think everybody at weddings dances at about a 4. The bride and groom, if they've practiced, do slightly better at first, and then it degrades really badly after that.
I've got my wave my paws in the air like I just don't care vibe on.
Exactly, yeah. And you've got your beautiful new dress. You then teleport back to Saltar's Point. Probably just collapse into your bed at the Fisherman's Basket. The following day...
Sorry, before we skip to the following day,
Oh, yep.
I just want a moment with Kesh before we teleport.
Oh, please do.
I imagine starting with lots of awkward silence. I'm sorry that your stead with Trish has gone down because of me.
Look, I'm sure I can explain it later, or you could explain it, which would be really handy, because you didn't. And because you didn't, I felt like I couldn't. And it was a little awkward. So at some point, we should probably explain to Trish why what happened. And then I'm sure she'll be a lot more understanding. Because she's a very understanding person, Eric. And very reasonable. And she's only being unreasonable because she doesn't understand.
I don't know how unreasonable she was.
Oh, please. I've seen Trish kneecap people. It's fine. She'll get over it.
You don't think less of me for it?
No. I mean...
That seemed like a question.
Would I prefer you didn't do it? Yeah. But do I get why you did do it? Also, yeah. Like, don't make a habit of it, because we're probably going to get some shit for that. But...
It wasn't intentional. I could just see... I could see him getting ready to fly. Saying that you surrender is different from being tied up.
Yes.
I just tried to get him onto the ground, and I wasn't exactly in control of the speed at which I brought him to the ground.
Yes, it was, you just had a little too much oomph. And someone died. And, like, I'm not saying it was a good thing. But I get it. because someone you cared about just died, so you're allowed to feel a little emotional, and I get that. I became a bandit because I was emotional about, everyone I loved starving to death, so,
Thank you. And I'm sorry again.
It's okay.
I'm glad that I brought you. Arthur would have been my second bet, but I'm glad that he wasn't here to see that. I don't know
Arthur would have shot him out of the tree with the boomstick.
Oh.
You know I'm right.
Yes. I'm glad that the broomstick didn't find its way to the wedding.
That could have been fun though. No. I rein him in.
Even so, I don't know how I'm gonna face him.
You'll work it out.
And smash cut to Saltar's Point. Julio, it's the following day.
He doesn't know why.
He's like, oh no, my ears are on fire. Julio, Polyani and the Ramble
pillow heated?
have just dropped you and the break bill off in Saltar's Point. You return to Madame Silvestri's.
Break bill?
You do. You receive your pay for the services rendered and are therefore better off 50 gold pieces, a suit of +1 studded leather, and a wand of portable ram. Pretty decent pay for a single day's
Very nice.
weird labor. But you are, however, sadly down 1 Arthur.
Weird labor is how my mom described being pregnant with me.
So, Kesh and Ereq are there the following morning when you are at the Fisherman's Basket on your own, having breakfast, and Kesh and Ereq come down looking... Ereq probably fine, and Kesh possibly a little the worse for wear.
Quiet.
Hi.
Very quiet.
How was the wedding? Did you save me a wedding cake slice?
They would have been takeaway pieces, yes.
Kesh has multiple cake slices.
Thank you.
Kesh is like me. She goes around at the end, and if some people haven't taken their cake slice, she takes it on their behalf. So she has a box of cake slices.
I'm going to throw this to Ereq. What would the wedding favor have been? Because Kesh would have acquired enough for the rest of the party.
Maybe like a cutting from one of the trees?
Ooh, love it.
Got little plants going on.
Yeah, so you each now have a small cutting of an elm.
Excellent.
And cutting is what exactly?
Like a sapling, like a little baby tree.
Oh, okay, yeah,
But
yeah. Baby tree.
You cut the branch off and then pop it in the plant and a new. Sometimes, if you do it right, then it sprouts again.
Is elm the type of tree that grows on the bank usually, and kind of?
That's willow. I think you're thinking of.
Fuck.
No, they wouldn't. You don't really make homes in willow branches. They're just not very sturdy.
Yeah. Okay. What's the cake though? What's the flavor of the cake?
Karen, your call.
Ooh. Let's make it a black forest cake.
Dead set. Done.
Because that
Nice.
feels appropriate,
Yeah.
Corvums, forest.
Yeah.
Also,
Excellent.
black forest cake's pretty dope if it's done right. So.
Yeah. Cool. There is
proper
someone.
chocolatey chocolate cake.
So you
Cake.
get
Some people
into that chocolate cake, and you are possibly given a small elm sapling as well. Pick one of these up for you, and then Kesh looks around sort of expectantly because she's got another one spare.
Where's the goose?
This cake is so good. It's very good. Good cake.
Yeah, I kind of thought Arthur would be here. Did he go somewhere?
Well, well, you know how you told me to keep Alpha out of trouble? I definitely did that. No one died. Yeah, no one died. So that's good, right?
I feel
Julio.
fact you're
Hul-
emphasizing no one died means something else bad happened.
Julio, where is Arthur?
What did he do and with whom?
Well, okay. So, you should know that we were very cool. Okay. Whatever I will tell you, just know that it looked cool, and we were amazing doing it. But basically, we got a job, we got a boat, we went to retrieve some like sunken treasure, and Arthur kind of maybe became like a captain of a zombie ship. Yeah. Very cool though.
Do you mean to tell me that Arthur made some sort of pact with the undead and is now the captain of a ship?
Yes. Yes.
And he chose to do this and sail the open seas rather than come back to us.
Well, if you put it like that, kind of sounds bad. But when we were going off the ship, we were attacked by horrible monsters.
Kesh, I think I'm ready to go.
Oh.
From here or just from breakfast?
Well, we need to get to Alderheart at some point, don't we?
Yes, I just want to clarify.
I'm gonna go pack.
Oh, okay.
I go upstairs.
I suppose I didn't break that news well, huh?
I don't think there's a good way to tell someone that. So, he's all right. He's not a zombie.
I don't think he is, but he kind of can't leave the ship, and he's like one with the ship, you know.
Oh, he did always want to be a boat. Sorry, he was a boat.
He kind of became. Yeah. Oh, also, I'm also the captain now, but much less cool than Arthur, because he kind of gave me the old boat. I have a boat.
Cool. You might have to leave it here.
Glorified dinghy.
You could leave it.
You could leave it with Petra.
Yes, boat on a boat. Again.
I don't suppose you've heard from Javier?
I don't even know who that is.
Oh shit! No, you don't. Never mind. You'd have heard if he'd turned up. Oh god.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't feel bad.
Ereq has a difficult relationship with his family, and some shit happened at his wedding, and he's in a bit of a fragile place. So we might need to be a little emotionally supportive.
Okay.
Is
it okay if I help him pack?
You can ask. I'll go and ask if he wants some help.
Okay.
Maybe tell him. I'm assuming Arthur is happy with this situation.
Well, he looked quite happy. He was quite pumped to have a big ship.
Yeah, he's the sort of person who would like that. Gosh, I have things to process. I'm gonna go pack, and I'll see if we can get some food packed up to take with us, I suppose. I'm gonna go, Julio.
Yeah. Okay.
And Kesh kind of just takes a slice of cake without really thinking about it and just kind of wanders.
I'm going to bring this up just because I'm not sure Julio remembers it. If like someone had to stay, the ship was not going to let you all leave.
I know.
Yeah.
That's what Julio was trying to get at,
Yeah.
but Ereq was like, "Nope, meltdown time."
Yeah, cool.
So-
Alrighty, I just wanted to make sure that was clear to them because it was my
Yes.
intent. Yeah.
But I do want to try and knock on Erek's door and say, Ereq, I would like to help you pack. Is that all right?
Come in.
I come in. How bad does he look?
I mean, I don't know how much of an expression a birdfolk can have, but I think he's probably pretty dead-eyed, pretty blank-faced, And notably, no red feather on the cheek either.
Okay. For the first few minutes, Julio would just help pack quietly. But when the things are getting set up, he'd say, you should know that, well, Arthur didn't take that decision lightly. We were attacked and the situation was quite dire. And the ship kind of demanded someone to stay. And, well, Arthur knew that he was kind of destined to be a boat. So, in a way, he probably felt like that's a logical conclusion.
I
don't think he
truly pleased that he fulfilled his destiny. Did he at least have anything to say to us? Did he pass a message on?
Yes. He said that you guys should know that he will be very cool sailing the seas. Ereq, I'm very sorry. I would prefer if he came back as well, but I think with a boat now we can also visit him sometimes, so that's not forever, right?
Julio, I don't blame you. I'm not upset at you.
Okay, but is there something I can do to help you? You seem very sad.
You know what? Despite being at a wedding yesterday, I haven't eaten in a day. I wouldn't mind a snack.
Say no more. And he runs back to the kitchen and starts whipping up different foods.
Buffet rolls into Eric's room.
Yeah.
Yes.
15
You got
minutes
hash
later.
browns, you got eggs.
He
Yeah,
comes in
5
an
types of
apron
eggs.
wrapped around his armor, a trolley. I'm gonna shuffle this along, but
Yeah.
that was lovely. Thank you. The trip back to Alderheart is uneventful. The roads are clearer than they have been in years. It seems that finally peace may have returned to the wood. The marauding elementals have been banished, partially due to your efforts. The bandit coalition had done a pretty good job of rolling all the bandits into the wood together, and then that was largely disbanded, so banditry is at an all-time low, and the normal peacetime trade of the wood has begun to recommence.
What a terrible time for things to... Sorry, no, what a perfect time for things to go wrong.
Yeah. This is a 2 to 3 day journey, so however you would like to... I would like you to make a vibe check. Using whatever skill you think would be appropriate. Basically, justify your choice, but whichever skill or ability you want. This is for a vibe of the wood.
Ooh. I'm gonna use... Perception.
Okay.
Because
Keep your eyes on a swivel and see, analyze people. She's a bit more of an analytical person.
Yeah.
Not an
She's trying to
empathic
kind of
person.
get a read off kind of people and creatures they encounter, but also off Ereq as well.
Sure. Alrighty.
She's
Well,
trying
it'll
keep a
be
tab on-
insight. It'll be insight for Ereq, but it'll be perception for everybody else.
Okay, cool.
Can I use investigation?
Yes, for similar reasons. Yeah, absolutely. A 10 cash noted.
Yay!
I would
But a
use
fucking
nature.
26 on
Nature.
Ereq.
23, Julio. Interesting. And a 20. All right, cash. And a 23 for Ereq as well. Wow. Okay. So, Kesh, you're probably quite preoccupied with Ereq. Ereq, what would a 26 tell Kesh about your vibe?
He's conflicted. He feels disappointed in himself and that he's disappointed everyone around him. he feels like somewhat irrationally maybe he's been keeping his distance and staying quieter than usual. So he probably feels like people don't like to be around him and are trying to find reasons to leave. And he feels pretty heartbroken about that, particularly in relation to Arthur.
Yeah. Julio and Ereq, on the other hand, your vibe checks. Kesh, yeah, I think you don't really pick up very much. Your focus is mostly on Ereq. But yeah, I've written over 21. You both managed that. So, you note a feeling of tension in the air. Whenever you pass larger groups, or you're going through small settlements, it's as though people are waiting for the other shoe to drop. Like the feeling before a storm, static in the air, that sort of thing. You will also note you have seen groups of refugees leaving the capital with nothing but the clothes on their backs.
Can I just interject to clarify, is that, because we've been in and out of Alderheart a bit, was that in addition to the original kind of exodus of people when they thought they were being attacked by the...
Yes. So a lot of the people who fled...
So is this the same instance or something else?
This is something else. Hey, Spina, good to see you. Also, Mr. Dragon Lords, thank you for the follow.
Which is a great name, by the way. I said it in chat as well, and I was like...
how to put this? The initial the initial fleeing from Alderheart was primarily Humblefolk. But a good portion did stay. It was either, there were two choices. Because the city was basically under siege, the refugees that were camped outside the city could either flee or enter the city. Some chose one, some chose the other. A lot, particularly humble folk, did flee, but there was still a good portion of humble folk that were in the city. The bulk of those, you're not seeing just floods of them as well. A lot of them would be going north. You're coming from the south. Most of the refugees came from the north. Most of the settlements to the south were untouched by the war. It's the northern settlements that were problematic. These people, so they fled to Alderheart. Some would be going back to their lands, but some would be moving on, seeing if they can find somewhere new in places untouched by war. That's the sort of vibe of these people. They're going to try for somewhere else. But there is a fair mix of humble folk and bird folk.
And does it seem like they're hopeful, or is it out of desperation? Is it like, yeah, we're going to adventure and explore new places, or is it like, there's nowhere else for us to go?
Desperation.
Oh. Okay.
Like, a lot of them look quite hungry. Not starving, but... not gaunt, but like they haven't had a good full meal in a couple of weeks. So when you return to Alderheart, you arrive somewhere around mid-afternoon. The city seems to have calmed down. What do you do?
Suppose I should go to report to what's-his-face.
Memphis was the name.
Sorry, say again?
Memphis was the name.
Memphis, thank you.
Do you want me there too, or...
Look, if you're up for it, we should probably explain things a little as much as we can.
Is that your boss?
Sort of. Hirer for, well, who do we really work for? I don't know.
The council?
Technically the council directly, and through them Larimar, the council lady.
Yeah, technically for the council, I suppose.
Oh, we work for someone. I thought we kind of like free roamers, do whatever we want kind of people?
Well, we weren't strong-armed into it. We were just
Well,
strongly encouraged.
speak
You know
for
what, Eric?
yourself.
That's the way I choose to look at it, all right?
Okay. No, yes, Julio, we are certainly employed by the council in one form or another. Is that a problem for you with your past?
No. No.
Very convincing. Okay. I mean, if you're not sure, remember Kesh and Arthur were both bandits until recently.
Yeah, I'm a reformed do-badder.
Well, that's fun. Me too. But do I have to like come in and like pledge allegiance or whatever?
Oh God, no.
Okay.
Like, you know, you don't even have to come with. You can like wait outside, and we'll just say, "Hey, we've picked up this guy. He's been helping us out."
Sounds good.
Yeah, we should
I'll
probably
stay
at least
here.
mention you.
Yeah, like so
Okay.
they're not surprised when you're there, but you don't have to come and kiss the ring and be like,
Okay.
I promise never to do bad things again.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I should go and see Havel as well, Chief. But
Oh yeah.
I'm happy to go with you to the council first, or
Do you want me to come with you to see Havel? You know, sort of.
I don't think he would expect it. I mean, if you want to, you're more than welcome to.
I'm trying to be emotionally supportive, I suppose.
Huh. It's up to you. I can't imagine the conversation being very long. I don't know. Would we be able to get an audience with the council straight away anyway? Maybe you try and organise that audience, and I'll just pop in and check in with Havel.
Yeah, I'll go tee up a time.
Yep, sure.
I assume Memphis would have like an assistant or a secretary or something.
Yeah. You go basically back to where you first met him in the council chambers. It's not a big thing. You were told to
We'd
return
like to
in.
let you know what's going down. If we could organise time to come.
Yeah,
chat.
it's actually not Memphis's assistant. This is a council building. So one of the council's assistant people says, "Yes, I'll go and get the council lady and the captain. Return in half an hour."
Hey.
They have both
Julio.
They've left instructions for when you come back to alert them.
Hurry, what's up?
Do you want to come with me to meet the leader of the tenders in this area?
Sure. Yes, tenders. I love eating them. Chicken tenders are the best.
Oh no!
You know, I'm a tender. You know that, right?
Oh, like what does that mean though?
Julio would know, but Daria does not.
Okay.
So tenders are like tree wardens. They basically protect the wood. They're an order of druids and clerics. Not religious in nature, but yeah, they protect the wood from elemental forces and encourage growth. They're basically itinerant druids.
Are they like cool though?
If you yourself have not benefited directly from an interaction with a tender, you know someone who has. They're the kind of just wandering do-gooders, like monks a little bit, but like the traditional
Firefighting monks?
Yeah,
Firefighting monks. Nice.
Cross a Buddhist monk with a firefighter, and you get basically what a tender is.
You get a weird ass calendar out of that shit.
Oh hell yeah!
Well, Eric, that sounds cool. I did not know that about you. Why don't you have like some sort of insignia or something?
He does.
Yeah, good.
Oh my god,
yeah,
I'm
great
whipping every
question.
time.
No, I don't know if they've actually got a specific insignia, but he is wearing the outfit of a tender. But they don't really have like a specific uniform. But now that you look at him, you're like, oh yeah, no, that would be what a tender would dress like, but not exclusively.
I would
only
probably
tenders
have
dress.
some kind of like token or something that I would.
Yeah. Yeah, probably on a chain around your neck that you don't like, ha-ha, at all. The time.
He's not like kneeling at the campfire every night and praying to the tender god.
No.
It's in the shape. The token is in the shape of a piece of breaded chicken.
Nice.
You joke, but you can buy those on
Delicious.
Shein. You can get a breaded chicken wing necklace on Shein. I wish I was joking.
Anyway, Eric, I would love to visit your boss.
Great. This doesn't need to be like a huge scene or anything. That feels like the thing to do is to check in with my boss.
Sure.
So I take Julio to the Tenders Hall, Tender Halls. Do my best to avoid the office that Gabby is in.
While we're in the office of the tenders, I show everyone my sapling, like it's an ID, like I'm supposed to be here.
It's like, I bought a tray.
Yeah, I
I'm
have
one
a
of you
tree.
guys now. You enter Havel's office. He does not have an assistant, but he is pleased to see you. Havel is a Gallus, quite a young man, but not particularly sturdy. He's quite a frail guy, and he's sort of wound up being the head of the tenders in Alderheart, kind of by dead man's boots. The tenders have had quite a lot of attrition on their ranks during the whole elementals situation because they were the frontline troops in that initially.
It's a really awkward answer to the question. How did someone as young as you end up in such an illustrious position?
Yeah, a lot of guys died.
My husband died.
Yeah, including his boyfriend. Yeah.
Everyone else was
Long-term
dead,
partner.
so
Yeah.
it was me or a dead guy.
Although, admittedly, the partner was not as high up in the ranks. And Havel is known to be a gifted teacher, and may well have taught Ereq some of what he knows. But Havel is, and he's like, "Oh, Ereq, hi, good to see you. You're
Yes,
back.
likewise.
I heard.
Yes.
I heard the wake worm went well, and you didn't kill it. Good on you. Well done.
Yes, I'm quite proud of that actually. There was a nasty pirate named Scops the Beast Breaker that was heavily involved in that situation. This is our new friend Julio. He was instrumental in the success of that venture.
And Havel puts the hand out to shake Julio.
Hi, I have an elm.
You do. And Havel looks at it and goes, "Oh, you do. Here." And he goes behind his desk and gets out a small vial of bright blue fluid. He says, "Your elm is have you been you maybe have been overwatering it a little bit. Give it this and it'll shoot up."
Oh, I go to the corner and just start doing it right there.
And Havel smiles just like, nice kid. All right. Back to the grown-up talk. Ereq, how? He's like, cool. Well, Ereq, what can I do for you? I don't know if the council's got any other jobs for you, or if you're gonna come back and be a tender again, or what's the deal?
Wow. What a question. I think that Kesh is organising an audience for us with the council shortly, so I suppose they will let us know. If they don't have any,
like if they do, because I can pull strings if you like. You've done your bit. You stopped a wake worm, man.
yeah.
If they come up with something else they want you to do, are you happy to do it?
I think it's helping me to keep my mind busy at the moment. So I think I would accept most things, but honestly, I would probably follow Kesh's lead in that.
Right, right. And you showed him Hope, didn't you?
Yeah, he knows all about Hope.
Do you think, are you looking at him through one specific eye, or...
No, I'm not hiding anything.
Okay. Then he says, Now, how's our little friend? I notice your feathers gone.
Yes, she's dead.
Yeah. How? You can't kill them.
What?
Well, there's an elemental. You can't kill them. It might go. It might have gone.
It's back to the fire plane.
Well, you can banish them. Sure, that's what you guys do, right? But you can't kill them. They just become one with the plane again.
Yes. No, good point. Well, she's gone.
I'm sorry to hear it.
Yes. It was an interesting time.
I'm sure. I'd love to hear about it. Maybe over dinner sometime.
It's not a story that I'm quite ready to share yet, but perhaps sometime in the future. Anyway, I was just checking in because I felt that was the right thing to do. And I wanted to show Julio around the halls.
First time in Alderheart? You've actually... Julio has come and gone from Alderheart, but first time he's probably hung out there for a while. Yeah.
We've lost a couple of our number. We were going to take Julio along with us anyway, but he's helping to make up our numbers, I suppose.
Oh, I see.
Anyway, I'll leave you to it. I don't want to take up too much more of your time. Maybe we should swing past Gabrielle's office. That would be the right thing to do, I think, and then catch up with the council and see what else they demand of us.
Gabrielle's not in at the moment. She went home to visit her family. She might well be back tomorrow, though.
Oh. Where's her family?
Out near Meadowfen.
Okay. Right.
I mean... no, that was just Josh. Instant disappointment.
I wanted to get to the.
I kind of want to get to rhythm.
Yeah.
Get to dinner.
Good.
I do have a question.
Good
though.
point.
As they talked, did my elm shut up?
It doesn't. It has immediately sort of perked up a little bit in the 5 minutes the conversation's been happening. It was droopy a little bit. It does seem to have. Yeah, you may well have been overwatering it. An excess of care. Yeah.
Wow, what a personality flaw.
I would
excess of care.
definitely describe Julio as an excess of care kind of person.
Yeah.
He takes this elm everywhere now.
Yeah. All right.
Great.
You guys,
We go
you go up, you meet Larimar. I just want to do this one quickly because there is actually potentially interesting things to find out. You go in. Would Julio go with?
That's the big wigs of the city.
The trick is, you would remember this. You were offered the bounty is 250 a head. So it's not just you get $1,000 and share it however you like. You get 250 pieces per head.
Well, what we could do is leave Julio outside, tell
And
them
take his
about
head
Julio.
in.
And
Okay.
Julio can pop in and be like, "Hi, I'm Julio. I helped. I make an excellent fish and chips. Can I have 250 gold pieces, please?" And then fuck off.
Yeah, pretty much that. But you would have to introduce him. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Kesh is more than happy to introduce Julio, but doesn't want Julio to feel like, "Hey, you got to come and meet the council now."
yeah,
No, it's fine. I'll go with you. I have nothing to hide, probably.
sure. You head in. Memphis is not there, but Larimar is. Larimar is a birdfolk. She is a raptor. She looks like a hawk from memory. She's quite a brusque person. She says, "Oh, you're back then. Good. Well done. The contract was to kill the thing, But you dealt with it, and that's fine. And you also dealt with the pirate as well. Well done.
Yes, you got a bonus with that one, so I think it cancels out the fact we didn't kill the wakeworm.
Well, you also got a bonus. Well, have you? What happened to the other two?
Well, Javier, not sure, disappeared in the middle of the night. What was it he said, Eric? That he had to go do something?
Yes, he assured me that he would be back. He wasn't by the time we were ready to leave, but I'm sure that in his time he will be able to find us.
And Arthur took a pledge to an undead pirate ship and became its captain and is now sailing the seven seas.
Right.
I wish I could explain that, but that's really all I got to go on.
I see.
We went to a wedding and we came back and he was a boat.
Right. Well, I'm afraid I can only pay them if they actually show up.
And if they show up at some point in the future, payment will be issued?
Yes.
Okay, good.
There was someone else quite heavily involved in the success of our mission.
Yes.
He's waiting outside. His name is Julio.
All right. Well, yes,
I should emphasize that Julio was indispensable in penetrating the pirate lair in order to resolve the situation.
All right. Well, I suppose if the other two aren't here to pick up the pay, then he can have one of theirs.
Okay.
That seems fair.
Julio's in the corridor, and if people are going by, he does that thing where like people play with their phone, like they're busy, but he does that with an elm.
With the tree,
like
with its small little. It is like 6 inch tall, like.
Yes,
It's
and every
about that
time
much.
someone comes by, he's like
Yes. Hello.
like this.
Yeah. Cool. She says, all right, well, I'm very impressed, to be honest. We may well have more tasks for you in the future, but right now, you're released on your own recognizance, and we thank you for your service.
Does that mean you want me to go back to my normal job?
Your role at the, particularly because we were not certain how long you'd be gone, your job has been taken over, this you remember, by Shyla Den.
Yes, but I was unclear as to whether that was a temporary situation or not.
Well, currently, no. Baby Groot. It's about the size of Baby Groot as well. Good to see you, by the way. And hi, Petricorian as well. Yes, penetrating, yes. Ha ha ha. That was the deliberate joke that was being made. She says, a position will, of course, be found for you in the Wildwood Brigade, but currently you are not required to reassume your position there.
I'm being fired.
Not fired, no. We are. You are still considered to be a major in the.
I'll have you know, Kesh did a fantastic job of leading us, particularly with Arthur and with Javier on board. The three of us were not easy to keep in line, and she did a smashing job. I'll have you know.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. I truly am. I wasn't doubting it for a second. It's really just that the job has already been the position has been filled, but a new position shall be found.
You're not firing me. You're redistributing me.
You still have a job, and it may well be the job you're currently doing. But if you don't, a new job will be found for you within the Wildwood Brigade.
Well, I suppose I'll take a few days holiday then.
Exactly.
And think about it. Kesh does not look super chill with this, to be clear.
Larimer looks a little confused. She's like, we're not firing you. You were sent off on a special mission. Don't be weirded out that we needed someone to do your job while you weren't here. You can have it back probably if you want, but we're probably going to have another job for you. Like, she's like, I'm certain of a another mission will be found for you. There's always something important needing doing in the wood.
I just very much got the impression this was a temporary situation.
Well, whatever you favour then. Have a few days off, and when Beneseridon returns, the general will of course be the one who reassigns you.
Of course. Thank you for clarifying.
She nods and says, "Well, if you go outside and see the clerk, they'll provide you the currency. And again, thank you very much."
You're welcome. Let's go, Eric. Julio.
And
Right.
she leaves. She's like, "Oh wow, okay."
Is there like a tub of like pens or something?
You're gonna
there's
steal them.
There's a tub of quills
Especially.
next to the cleric, the clerk outside in the hallway at their desk. Yeah, there's a tub of quills, all branded in Alderheart colours.
Kesh is going to select one of the quills and just,
But
and then
it's
just
a feather, so it just bends.
I felt that.
and then
Yeah.
she's just going to cram it back in the jar.
Okay. The
Nice
clerk
to know I
watches
was-
you.
Nice. It's really nice to know how your work situation is going to pan out in advance. You owe me money,
He says,
and don't mention the quill.
No, of course. And he pulls out 3 large bags of gold pieces. You each get 250 gold pieces.
Nice. Listen, it was 5 times what losing a friend cost last session, so pretty pog.
Well, you also got a +1 studded leather out of it. That's, don't forget that
Right.
bit. It's
Yes.
probably comes at about the same as losing a friend. Right, you go for dinner. Where would you go for dinner?
I would like to note, as they step outside of the council building, I am busking in the street, and I just sort of, as I see them leave, I start packing up my gear and just quietly follow
Very well.
at a distance of 50 or so feet.
Noted. So as you leave the council chambers, a Vulpin is busking outside. What would they see, Mr. Vulpin?
They would see a rather dashing-looking man. It's rather hard to tell his age. He's got that sort of face that he could be in his late 20s, but he could be in his mid-40s. He's kind of in that wolfy, grizzled stage.
If George
but
Clooney
he's
was a
very-
fox.
Yes, yes. Very much a young-ish George Clooney, but fox-like. And he's playing a sort of very light, airy. It's not quite a lute; it's more of a guitar. And he's wearing sort of turquoise tunic, sort of a dealie, with these big parachute pants that look pretty. Honestly, they look a little bit show-offish. But when he starts following you, he actually sort of tears them away because they are theatrical jeans, so they're tearaways, and he's wearing much more sensible, just regular leathers underneath.
He's wandering along,
and he-
ripping his pants off.
Off-brand Bard is an excellent name. Thank you for the follow, Off-brand Bard.
Oh my god, I love
Ooh,
it.
that is a good name.
Perfect for the
It's
situation.
also,
as well.
quite appropriate.
Yeah, thematic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, he looks rather smaxy. Other than that, fairly standard Vulpin dude.
Very well. Yeah, I really enjoy that Tavernish is based on functionally 2 characters who were both played by George Clooney.
Wait, who's the other one?
It's Danny Ocean from Ocean's 11 and Fantastic Mr. Fox from of that
Mr.
fame.
Fox?
Right, because last
had
time.
not realised that.
Neither had I until just then. Yeah, and then we were like, it's like George. Oh wait.
Oh wow, that man is typecast.
Yeah.
Hey, people talk a lot of smack about typecasting, but I'm like, it's a great way to have a stable acting career.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Alrighty,
But
you
knowing
head
that-
to. Nope.
Yeah,
Carry
knowing
on.
that Kesh also looks unhappy. Both people are unhappy. Julio will
Aren't
try
you
to
glad
find
you
the
signed up
closest-
with us? What a fun group
Yes.
of people.
So
Fun
fun.
vibe.
Julio is like panically looking for the closest tavern where they can drink.
Okay. Yeah, there is quite a fancy one up here called the Golden Horn, and yeah, it's a nice inn. It looks like it would cost you a fair amount to get properly drunk up here, but you've got money to burn. Yeah. And at a distance of about 50 feet, this Vulpin stops playing after a while. Like, it's not sus, not like you walk out, he stops and immediately follows. I imagine he's subtle about it. But yeah, you go into the Golden Horn. Julio leads you into the Golden Horn. And Julio, yeah.
Probably needs to drag us.
Yeah. I'm just
Yeah,
dragging
we'll
them to
take
the.
Take you
To
to
the
the
bar.
booze tour. You're not fired, you're overqualified.
Qualified. It hurts, Petricorian, it hurts.
Petrichorin, I've been told more than once. So, fun fact for our viewers, I actually have a master's degree. I'm doing well in life.
Same.
Yeah. That sweet tertiary education's really paying off for me. But yeah, I have a master's degree, and I've been told more than once that maybe I should take it off my resume because it might put people off
Wow.
that I'm too
That's
educated.
interesting.
And I'm like,
Yeah, pretty much. And also
Yeah.
there is an element of, we're not allowed to pay you minimum wage, so go away.
I'm like,
Wow.
if I'm applying for this job, there's a certain level of, hey, I need money, please hire me. Also, it's an arts degree, so please hire me.
Anyway, you get into the Golden Horn. It's ritzy. There aren't no all the chairs. There are booths, but all other tables have like well upholstered chairs. It's not just benches. Not just plain wooden benches. You're talking each is a chair with arms and like leather seats, with padding and button backs. The bar is staffed by a trio of loomers. They are all sisters by the looks of them. There is a degree of like musicality to their service as well. Like they're all, it's sort of like a dance they serve, and they one of them takes the order, and a second one begins to fulfill it, and a third one takes the money. And they're all constantly like swooping around each other like budgies in a cage. It has that element to it.
I paid 20 gold up front to keep the
Wow.
booze going for these two. Just
You
anything.
just slam it on the table, and there it is. Okay.
Kesh is going to kind of take in how swanky this place is and feel a certain level of vicarious pleasure that she looks a bit rough around the edges because she's been on the road for 3
Fresh
days.
off the road, has not bathed. Yeah.
She's got a bit of
Excellent.
BO going. She's
You
a bit
were almost
rumpled.
about to be asked to leave until 20
Oh,
gold
yes.
pieces went down on the bar. Julio probably got that vibe and was like, no, seriously. And they're like, oh, okay, adventurers. Right, okay, yes. The prices for all of your food just doubled, but that's fine. It's like when you tell somebody it's for a wedding. You're like, yeah, right, okay.
All
Yes,
right.
we can help you, but oh boy, you're going to pay for it.
Yeah, if anyone out there's getting married, try and book as much as possible without letting them know it's a wedding.
Yeah, I'd like to hire
Yeah.
400 chairs for a funeral.
Unless you're at a restaurant, in which case propose to the person you're with and you'll get free wine.
Yeah, there is that. Karen and I do
If
that
you're
at
already
almost every
married.
restaurant we go to, yeah.
Like, we just got married. No, we don't do that.
Dead set, though, if you're on your honeymoon, mention it everywhere you go.
You
Works
say
so well.
that, Emma and Mick got tons of free shit when they were on honeymoon, and we got like 1 bottle of alcohol, and Josh was telling everybody.
I was a bit disappointed. Admittedly, they went to a lot longer honeymoon than we did, and we went to a much more expensive place. Let's continue. So, you're sitting there, you're getting steadily drunk. I don't think you have to wait very long. Probably the first basket of fish and chips arrives, or whatever it is Julio ordered. This place does not
It's a
serve fish and
deconstructed
chips.
deconstructed fish and chips.
Yeah, deconstruced. Yeah.
You have to crumb it yourself.
Yeah. The chips are stacked in a little
It's like a
pyramid.
Hot Stones cafe, but it's actually just bowls of boiling oil that you dunk them in into the appropriate level of cook.
That's dangerous. Living on the edge.
I was thinking more like a paste and a set of tweezers for you to put the crumbs on one at a time.
Oh, I see.
There's a smear of mushy peas.
Yeah.
You know?
It's actually just lick the bits.
You lick
which
the
point?
mushy peas off the back of your hand. You sip the lemon juice,
And then you shove the fish
then
in
you
your
do
eye.
a shot of pureed fish, and that's your dinner.
At which point, Tavernish.
If I could headcanon something with you, Josh,
Yes?
I've played here before, once or twice.
Sure.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
So I walk in about 2 minutes, 3 minutes behind these guys, and I look over at the three bar ladies, and I give them a nod, and I lift
You
my
get
guitar off my back a bit. And
A
just,
trio of birdfolk go, "Hey, Tavernish." Like, you know that, like, all with
Like
the
the
same
three
tone.
bimbos from Beauty and the Beast?
Exactly like them.
Yeah.
Hello, ladies. Have
Hello.
you got anyone playing for the night?
Not, and one of them looks at the other two and says, "Not anymore."
Wonderful. That's
There is
kind
the sound of
loyalty I-
another bard being ejected into an alley.
Yeah.
And I pass by their table, and I keep a sort of weather eye on them while I play. I'm trying to get an emotional read on them.
Uh-huh.
But I set
Well, you're in for
I
a treat.
set up on the stage, and I'm just sort of, it's a sort of a Gypsy Kings vibe that I'm going for at the moment.
Very okay.
You know, Mumbo Leo, that sort of thing.
Could I roll to see if I realised that was the same bard we saw outside the council?
Yes, history check, but because you need to see whether or not you even notice this guy.
If I could, I was actively trying to deceive them
Okay.
on that, so can I roll deception?
Yes.
I'm wondering the same. I've got a passive perception of 17. I don't know.
You definitely would have noticed the guy.
But,
Yeah.
but come on, tearaway pants. It's a different guy. Different pants.
In the tearaway pants would have been fairly obvious.
It's like, all I noticed
This
is the
one isn't
giant
wearing
pants.
pants.
Oh, they're gone.
Oh wow, this guy has no pants.
They're designed to look realistic from a distance.
Wow, I don't have any.
I didn't notice the guy because the pants fell over my face.
I got a 14 on a history check to put 2 and 2 together. So
Yeah. What would make me a deception check, Tavernish.
I sincerely apologize.
I'm not even looking. I'm just pouring to both of them like all the time.
That was a 27.
Oh,
yeah, I think I don't notice.
I think you were too wrapped up in how angry you were about what Larimar had said to you.
Okay, Kesh will say something like, did I misread this situation initially? Is this me? Did they like say this before and I just didn't realise? Because I feel blindsided, but was I not actually blindsided and I just didn't realise and now I'm cross at myself?
I was confused about the nature of the entire job, to be honest with you. But can I ask, what are you most upset about, Kesh?
Well, the fact they didn't really say, hey, do you want to stop doing this and start doing this? It was more just, hey, you're doing this because we need someone to do this, and never really clarified that meant I had to stop doing the other thing. And she sort of hedged around whether I could have my job back, but I kind of feel like they told Shyla Den that it was her job now, so I'd feel like
Would you
it's like I'd feel like a total corvum taking it back now.
would you prefer to be doing that job?
I don't know. I don't know what to think anymore. It's the lack of choice that annoys me more than anything.
Right.
I feel like they made the choice for me and then told me, but didn't tell me.
Well, in my experience, even when you're made to think there isn't a choice, there is always a choice.
As in I could flip from 2 birds and leave the town.
That would be mildly speaking, but Yes.
Just so thick.
How much of this can I hear?
How close are you to them?
Probably 2 tables away. I don't know,
Okay,
how
well,
close
you're-
did you sit to the stage?
Yeah. The
I don't
place
feel
is
like we're particularly like low whispering or anything.
no. I think this is I think Kesh is fairly vigorous in her rage. I don't think she's keeping her
shouting, but
voice
she's-
down.
She's not
Like,
keeping her voice
What the hell?
down.
Yeah, yeah.
If word
The-
gets back to Larimar that she's pissed Kesh off, Kesh is fine with that. It's like,
Make Tavernish make a perception check, because there is a fair amount of other people in the bar. It's a popular place. It's upmarket, but it's popular.
Perception is a +0, so that's 11.
Yeah, you can probably make out little bits and pieces. More that you can glean that they are not happy about something. Kesh particularly is not happy about something. You can get a vibe of Ereq. Ereq is now trying to comfort Kesh a bit, or talk her out of it a little bit. Kesh is upset. Julio doesn't know what to do. I think it's fair to say, like, I will get them drunk. That's the solution.
Julio is also pouring a little bit of alcohol into the elm, not knowing what the fuck.
I mean, look, when we first embarked on this, I remember having the distinct feeling that it would be temporary and short-lived.
yeah, like that's what I felt. I felt like, go do this, deal with the worm, and then come back.
After the third fire elemental, I was starting to get the feeling that this might be more permanent. Obviously, I was mistaken. Perhaps I was the only person of the 4 of us that felt that way. I don't know.
Oh, possibly I just didn't ask enough questions, but they're really good at not answering questions, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't even she didn't say, hey, if you want your job back, we'll fire Shiladen and you're in. She kind of hedged around it, and now I don't know what to do.
And now you're stuck with us.
Ereq, there are worse fates in life than being stuck with you.
At which point, I finish off my song, or my first song at least,
Yeah.
and sort of set my guitar down for a moment and sort of hop off the stage to a very mild round of applause, because it's an evening dinner thing.
Yeah.
Just amble over to the table and just, I'm sorry, I couldn't help but notice you seem really rather annoyed, Miss. What was her surname? Glitterweave. Miss Glitterweave. Would you mind if I offered you a little something to take the edge off? I feel like you deserve a good night instead of an angry night.
Would it be odd that this person knows my name?
A little bit. Not, like, unheard of. You were the head of a military organization based in the city until quite recently, and then became a minor celebrity. At least people have heard of the exploits of Shadow Malt, Switchgear, Glitterweave, Breakbill, and Belendenov.
I was also operating under the understanding that you looked the same as your image, which is wearing your uniform.
This is also true.
Oh. Do we know each other?
No, we don't. But I've heard of you, and I'm just really rather impressed by you. So I thought I might offer you a slightly nicer evening.
Sorry, DM, can I roll insight? Because the bard has just walked off the stage, approached Kesh and said, I want you to have a good night. I want to help you have a good night.
Yeah, Tavernish roll to seduce the ranger. No. But yeah,
Certainly.
insight.
Is that a performance?
So,
Also,
yes?
can I also roll? But I want to see if he does anything funky with his hands. He strikes me as a rogue who's about to steal
okay.
cool money.
Right. Yeah, 15 on the insight. I don't know. I'm actually going to put this to rhythm. What would a 15 on insight get of Tavernish's demeanor regarding what he is attempting to put across on Kesh?
Is he trying to sell her drugs?
No, he seems pretty genuine. like he's got stuff that he's not mentioning, but he's not lying. He's offering you a I don't know, what he considers to be a hand at no cost.
So, sorry, can I clarify what Ereq is probably thinking is, okay, so genuine is good. Is this Vulpin trying to fuck this Mapatch?
And in terms of interspecies
crude.
breeding, this is about the closest you can get to making sense.
Or like, is it romantic or sexual in nature, or is it something
Is
unrelated?
he into Kesh?
It's not. It's sexual in nature. I do not think.
No.
And Julio, you do not notice his hands go anywhere near anyone's money.
What exactly did you have in mind, mysterious bard Vulpin?
Oh, I just happen to I happen to be good at calming people.
Is this
Sounding
I tell you
increasingly
what.
sexual.
I will.
Is this
I
fun?
will bet you. No, I will bet you 5 shiny gold pieces that
Uh-huh.
it works, and they will all be above the table. And all I need you to do is lay your hand on mine.
Yeah, even more so. Petricorian is completely right.
Can Kesh insight?
Yes.
He's so into Kesh. We are that he's a
26.
Is this just Tavernish's way of operating, that he just looks like he's seducing everyone he speaks
I mean,
to?
when we first met Tavernish,
little
his
bit.
first action on stream was to get a
Seduce someone,
Jerbine
yeah.
drunk, and then take them home and rob them. A 26
Yeah,
Kesh.
no, that's. I'm being honest.
He's
I'm
actually,
actually being honest.
Okay.
It's
Kesh
probably
will
why
put-
it sounds so weird, because he doesn't do it very often.
Kesh is going to put down her drink. Like, she's not 100% trusting you, but she's like, okay, he seems on the level, and I've had a shitty day. It can't possibly get much worse. And she'll, like, slide her paw over to his.
I cast Calm Emotions.
You do that. Kesh, and I don't think you have to resist it because you're not you're not.
I'm not
resisting
resisting.
it. You cast. How does Tavernish cast Calm Emotions?
Well, I just start speaking, and I sort of start saying, now, you just need to listen to the sound of my voice for a few moments. Just close your eyes and just let your worries drain away. And it's a lot less dorky sounding when he says it, you see. And it's almost
so.
like he's got backing. It's almost like he's got backing music. It's kind of like a guided meditation CD. And he sort of starts telling you how to put the bad things on clouds for just a second and just let them drift on by. And he pulls his hand away and just it's still there. All the annoyance, all the stuff that was making you annoyed is still there, but you kind of struggle to be pissed by it right now. You feel like if you focus on it too much, you'll be pissed again, but right now you're not.
I'm like having a hot bath, but for your brain.
Little bit. Anyways, I'm going to go and play another song, but I would appreciate a word if you have a minute later on. And I walk away.
Okay, that was weird, right?
Yeah, but there's something about the demeanor of his voice. I just feel so zen right now.
Yeah. do you guys want to get some dessert? Like something rich. A lot
Like
of
cheesecake.
sauce.
Yeah.
Yeah, cheesecake, maybe with like a berry sauce on it.
Something I can just plunge my beak into.
There's an image.
And I think we will go for a short break there, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
No, I want cheesecake. There's no cheesecake in the house.
I was having a bit of fun with the Sirenscape there as well. I don't know if anybody
Yes.
was listening to it, but I was just like,
Yeah,
that was
yeah,
fun. Alrighty, well, we will go and have a short break. Mr. Dragonlords, Petricorian, Spino, thank you so much for joining us. Lizelle, nice to see you as well. We will be back in 5, very, very quick. Just need to refresh ourselves and then we will be right back. Thanks very much, guys. We will see you very shortly. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
mateys, we be back. We are back in the Humblewood, back in Alderheart, which it's been a hot minute since we were here in Alderheart last. And yeah, we're in the tavern, the Golden Horn, and a sexy Vulpin George Clooney lookalike has just begun whispering sweet nihilisms in Kesh's ear. Before getting back up on the bar, back up on the stage, and playing another set.
Mm-hmm.
The guys have cheesecake with a sweet berry compo, and yeah, by the time you've finished your pudding, Tavernish has finished his set and gets down off the bar, gets down off the stage.
I get down off the bar. I go directly to the bar, and I order a large bottle of strong gin.
Yep, love it.
If I read these people right, or if I read this specific lady right,
Yep.
and I get four tumblers, and I walk over to the table.
You do. One of the Lumas pecks you on the cheek as they present it to you.
I find the shortest one, and I tussle her hair.
Oh, it's feathers, but yes.
Okay. And I sort of, do you mind if I join you for a drink, the four of you? Three of you?
Please, we should have asked you if you wanted some cheesecake.
Unfortunately, I'm lactose intolerant, but otherwise, I would have loved to. I place the glasses down and pop the bottle, gin,
Sure.
Yes, please.
and I just sort of start pouring for Kesh, and do not stop pouring for Kesh, and the thing goes all the way to the lip, and then I put a standard measure in for everyone else.
To be fair to my friend Eric here, he probably has more reasons to be cross than I do. I'm just the most recent victim of shit.
I can do that more than once if you like. And I offer you my hand, Eric.
Oh well, I kind of assumed because I know that that's a radius spell. I just kind of played it as me getting it anyway.
You know what? That works.
Thank you, but I already kind of felt the splashback of that, but I appreciate that. I look at the drink because my instinct says drink, and then I think about how I have been swearing off drink because of Arthur.
And then Arthur, and then you drink.
And then I drink.
Oh. While Eric drinks, Julio will turn to how do you say the name?
Tavernish.
Tavernish.
Yes, to Tavernish and say, I see that you let everyone drink, but what about Samantha? And I shake my potted elm. She had a tough day.
Yeah. She's being slowly poisoned by the person who insists on carrying her around. Really rough time.
I set the bottle down. I go back to the bar, and I come back in about 30 seconds' time with just a glass of about a quarter glass of water and some crushed eggshells, and I just pour that into the soil.
Ooh, what's that? Special cocktail for the elm? Oh.
Just nutrients. Don't feed raw spirits to a tree. It will kill it.
She can take it. She's a tough baby, aren't you? Yes.
I'm sure she is, and I cast Cure Wounds on the elm.
Save your spell slots, but yes. You know what, Rhythm? I'm going to give you inspiration.
Yay!
Oh, that reminds me. Do we get to carry over our inspiration from?
If you didn't use it last time, yes.
Brilliant. Thank you.
And I sort of steal a seat from a neighbouring table and sort of twirl it around and take a jaunty seat.
Do you sit Jonathan Frakes style?
No, I actually sit so that the chair is leaning back so that the front two feet aren't on the floor, and I'm just sort of balancing on it with my arm across the back.
Right.
So it's sort of being used as a I don't know, a posing place.
Right. Posing perch.
Yes, absolutely. And so I'll be quite honest. I came here to speak to you for a reason.
Oh, good. You're not just being a weirdo.
No, I'm not. I am, in fact, here to talk to you about something specific.
See? Is this something you think we can help you with, or just something that you needed to tell someone who might have some authority?
A bit of both. Possibly also that I might be able to help you with.
Is this business for the Major? Should we go?
That's really a question for the Major. I'm sorry. I'm afraid that she's the only one I know of.
Look, guys, you know so much about me that, I'm sure it's fine. If it's not fine, I will command you to forget it.
Okay.
Seems legit. And I just set my glass down on the table. I recently came across some information. It seems that someone is embezzling funds from the Wildwood Brigade.
Oh.
And I thought you might appreciate my information and collaboration in putting a resolution to it.
Do you know who? I'm assuming not, or you would have led with that.
Yes, forgive me for being cagey. The reason I cannot be quite so upfront is that I didn't necessarily come by this information legally. So I couldn't go to anyone officially, if that makes sense.
And I am these days unofficial.
Yes, but wait, what?
Oh.
Just got fired.
She
I
didn't
think
get fired.
I'm not fired. I'm just not in command of the Wildwood Brigade here anymore. Apparently, I'm the person they send out to deal with dangerous things.
She's a problem solver.
And I look genuinely angry at this. Are you kidding me? You got fired. You just dealt with the bloody wigworm.
I didn't get fired. I'm just not automatically going back to being in charge. Apparently I've got some time off and then they're going to send me out to do something else, which would have been nice to know before I went and fought the worm. So I could have flung Laramie into its maw.
And I huff and I just go, well, that is typical. But
If you were wondering, if you couldn't discern why I was pissed off, that was very much why. But that being
that
said,
does explain it.
I'm on good terms with the current Major, so I can certainly do some poking around, unless of course it's Shyla Dent, which I don't think so. I'm just saying.
I was actually intending on guiding you through some poking around if you happen to be interested in that. I don't happen to know who was doing the embezzling. I simply happen to have broken into their office, as it were, in the dead of night, and stolen a look at some of their paperwork, which was deeply incriminating.
Can I ask, where are these funds being funneled to? Do you know?
I have not the foggiest. I got the sense that there was some fairly high-level government involvement. They seemed to have rather a lot of control on some things that were going on. I found a letter in that office addressed to someone named Scops, saying to deal with an issue of some kind.
Oh, well, hold on. We did find a similar letter, didn't we?
Yes. Yes,
Can
we
you show
found it in
us?
Scops's possessions.
Can you show us? Maybe they're from the same person.
He did not take the letter.
Oh.
I did not.
Did we take the letter?
You have it with you. It was in the chest that Arthur had.
Yeah. I'm sure we wouldn't have left that with him.
No, well, Arthur wouldn't have taken it with him.
No.
So it would have been on his boat, and presumably Julio has it.
Yeah. I'll show it to Tavernish and say, did it look like this? Did the handwriting match?
Perception check?
It is
or
that
insight,
letter.
Or...
It is that letter.
And I'm afraid that's the exact same letter.
It's clearly
Also,
been
you were
posted
there.
now.
Yes, it seems to have been sent now.
So, whose office did you see this in?
Like I said, I haven't the foggiest. I simply broke into a warehouse in the dead of night and found it sitting on my desk.
Right. Which is why you didn't go to the guards about this. Okay.
Yes.
How long ago was this?
About 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Okay. So presumably it was mailed shortly after that. I mean, the person they were sending the letter to is dead.
Right.
So that's an interesting development. But why would they sending them? Why would they be sending Scopes money?
There's another thing that I should really mention. This office that I found, it's connected to a hidden tunnel system, which is inside one of the branches of the Alderheart.
And for clarity, for our audience's sake, because they are not aware of this, because it's canon I made up today, there are, whilst we live in the tree, it is actually more that you live on the tree. The Alderheart tree is a truly enormous tree. The trunk itself is over 500 feet wide. The canopy is well over 2 kilometers up. It is a really enormous thing. It houses hundreds of thousands of people, and a lot of them live in the bark. The bark is obviously somewhere between 10 and 15 feet thick in most places, particularly on the trunk. But very, very few places do people actually live within the wood of it, because any large excavation of the wood would kill the tree. The tree is very much alive, and only by very careful manipulation by druids and the like can any major excavations be made. So whilst you can dig into the bark, because the bark is not alive anymore, and lots of people do, and a lot of homes, particularly homes that are on like branches, you will see a 1 or 2 story house on the bark will often have a level below, and a lot of the houses tend to be made of the bark itself. So, yeah, basements are not uncommon, but they won't go into the actual wood of the tree itself. So that is just canon law. It's not illegal, but it is very much a social taboo. You don't dig into the tree. The reason being, in times that were significantly less regulated, branches have fallen off the tree. If you do too much damage to it, it'll just die. And whole neighborhoods have literally fallen off the city.
Just an average Saturday morning, having a cup of tea, and then your entire community falls to the ground.
Did you say...
Larger than a shrubbery.
This is just a plant-based Midgar. I love it.
Yeah.
All right, so...
Did you say the tunnels were in the branch?
Yeah.
Into the tree.
I know, right? And I take out this little sketchbook, this pocketbook, and I lay it out on the table, and I've sketched from a reference that I found while I was studying this, the network of publicly known burrowings that have been made into the Alderheart over the years. And one area has been circled in red, and that is just that right there is the entrance to the tunnel we found. It's in the docks. It's a warehouse, an office in a warehouse. And the only records I've been able to find through a lot of effort and a little bit of crime of a tunnel that might connect to it happen to lead into that tunnel from the Wildwood headquarters, which is why I thought I might want to come to you.
Goodness. Thank you.
How much of these tunnels did you explore?
On our first expedition, none.
Well,
We found the entrance to the tunnel, but we were kind of in the middle of a heist.
you did actually go down a tunnel and find this office. It wasn't... The office itself was underground, but yeah.
Retcon. The office itself was a short way into one of the tunnels, but we didn't go particularly far. We were rather in the middle of a heist at the time. We had to leave quite quickly.
Who's we? Are you part of an adventuring group?
I prefer to consider myself a lone operator. My companions at the time were not the most reliable.
No.
Right.
Well, two of them were. Freddie
And
Manelli
just
was
hear
handy,
me-
and
You just hear
Catherine...
me muttering under my breath. That bloody sun there.
Yes.
Love
Eli.
that. Okay, so
Catherine was all right, though.
Never heard of her.
who's that?
Actually, Eric, you might have heard of Catherine Corvinus.
Shall I roll for it?
You can if you like.
Yeah, shit, yeah, roll
What is
for it.
this, history?
Yes.
Okay.
Because she's a Corvum.
Yeah. Yeah, shocking.
Yeah, you have heard of Catherine Corvinus.
Is she from my neck of the woods? Is she like a famed adventurer? Is she a famed criminal?
She is a famed socialite.
Oh. So does this seem strange that she would be involved in a heist?
Yeah. I mean, of what you know of her, you've never met the woman.
Yeah.
But you're like, for real? Like, it doesn't... that being said, she is famously a crazy competent lady, I think is the big trick. So
I'm imagining her reputation as being that of Lara Croft.
that...
Kinda.
Yeah, I mean, if you've seen The Witcher,
Interesting.
she's based
Yeah.
She's
Yennefer
based on
Vengerberg.
Yennefer Vengerberg.
Yeah. Okay.
In fact,
Yeah.
Brendan, you know exactly who she's based on. She's based on Catalina
Corvinheim.
of
Yeah.
Corvenheim from the other world that you played in.
I'm just low-key obsessed with Yennefer of
I
Vengerberg.
forgot that was you.
Yeah,
Yes.
For obvious reasons, Karen.
Look, she's
Yeah.
great. I love her.
she's great.
She's problematic, but I don't care, because she's great.
Tavernish, if you don't mind, I do have a question for you. So you seem like a kind of a crime-prone sort of person.
Crime adjacent?
Crime adjacent, yes, which is nothing new to us. We certainly don't judge, but you seem quite interested and you seem quite concerned about what's going on. Are you perhaps trying to turn your life around? We have a new spot open in our turnaround group, so what's your deal?
Well, I don't
I'm-
believe Eric is turning his life around.
I'm sorry, I'm not very good at being a rebound. That doesn't tend to work for me. On the other,
No, he's the guy who causes rebounds.
Yeah, I believe that.
systemly,
I'm definitely not ready for a rebound.
I suppose my question is, what exactly are you proposing to do? Are you just giving us this information and then that's it? You walk away? Or would you be prepared to show us maybe this mysterious warehouse?
I was, if that is where you would like to take this, certainly. But I was intending to wander into the presumably somewhat safer entrance to these tunnels from the place that you actually have permission to go to, and take the lot of you down there so that if there is something terrifying and evil and awful down there, or even just thoroughly corrupt, it can be dealt with.
That is a pretty good idea.
Do you think that you would be able to get the three of us in there with you, Kesh?
Oh, yeah. I've still got authority, apparently, just not an official job title.
It's ideal,
Right.
really.
Oh.
If you think about it.
Great.
This is
So,
actually quite good.
I
what?
speak from experience. The perfect crime is when you don't actually have to commit a crime.
No, technically I'm allowed to bring whoever the hell I want in there as long as you don't do anything illegal, and as long as I don't tell anyone you're doing anything illegal, they have no reason to think that you might be doing anything illegal, or in fact that I might be doing anything illegal, which I wouldn't, because I would be investigating it in my apparently newly created position as solver of problems.
I start refilling her tumbler.
The only question is,
Official solver of problems to the Council of Alderheart.
and I've decided the council is a problem and we should solve them next.
agreed.
We genuinely might be about to.
Oh god, you think this is the council?
I think
Well-
That one
I
up
think it's
high.
government corruption.
Mm-mm.
I'm concerned that this is literally physically linked to the Wildwood Brigade as well. Presumably there's someone within the brigade that is an agent of corruption, I suppose.
You know,
And
I don't want to
This
cut
is-
you on, Eric, and I don't want everyone here to think I'm jaded just because of the conversation I just had with someone who I thought was on my side. I wouldn't put it past the council to make it look like it was the Wildwood Brigade when it was in fact the council. But the Wildwood Brigade is made up of disreputable sorts, and therefore it's easier to make look disreputable.
okay,
Maybe
that's
you're onto something.
yes. I mean that's somewhat relieving to hear when one of the highest ranked members of the Wildwood Brigade in town is the person that I'm currently talking to about the potential corruption within the Wildwood Brigade.
I hope you know me well enough to know that I wouldn't have sanctioned that.
Well, let's not talk about what I know about the people who are close to me at the moment.
Wafting right past that sore spot. Unless, of course, there is a possibility that the Wild Brigade, made up of former dodgy people, still contains some level of dodginess and is, in fact, involved in something dodgy.
I mean, a certain level of dodginess from ex-bandits who have formed a militia would be expected, but this is somewhat more than slight dodginess.
Yeah.
What I want to know is who would have the capacity to dig.
No, Brendan's voice just cut out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry.
All we heard was who would have the capacity to dig, and then you went silent.
Yeah.
am I back? Can you
You're
hear
back.
me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Great. Yes. Apparently my internet connection is unstable, so that's Poggy. Who has the capacity to dig this kind of extensive network into the Alderheart?
Ooh,
Who
you
has
could
the
say
authority to?
it's a physical
Well-
and metaphorical mole.
DM, is the Alderheart difficult to burrow into?
Not particularly. It's just probably easier
Okay.
than digging because it's just wood. You
Okay.
just
So
cut
it's
it.
not any kind of magical enchanted
You,
hardwood.
as a tender, you would know that you can deliberately grow trees in a particular manner and encourage them to grow away from certain things, but it does take a lot of time. It's significantly easier to just dig. But mold earth wouldn't work. You really need to encourage plant sort of situation.
Sure.
Question.
Yes?
Is there a Humblewood mole species?
No.
That's
don't-
a shame.
Aw.
I don't actually, because they would be quite markedly different to any of the 5 humble folk species. I wouldn't, like, the closest is Jabin, but it wouldn't be.
Jabin, but the opposite. Instead of jumping up, they use a bonus
Yeah.
They
action to
burrow.
go down.
They have burrow down. I imagine they may well be doing one for book 2. There are some new species coming out, but if not, I will homebrew that because that's a valid point.
Yeah.
Just restart an earth elemental.
Sure. That's a very masculine, thick mole people.
That's a
But
thick
Buff
mole.
mole.
thick.
Alrighty.
Swole man.
I do
swole
have
mole.
one question though. If it's a person with a lot of
Small.
influence and money, they can make a big digging operation. But as far as I understand, money doesn't completely shut people up, right? People would talk about tunnels inside, unless they're dead.
What that tells me is that whatever this operation is, it is probably rather small. Because the more people know about a secret, the less likely it is to remain.
Yeah.
So we're probably looking at a very small crime group or conspiracy.
Something small or something where there's a trail of missing people.
Oh.
Yeah.
A small mole.
As it were, 2 can keep a secret if one of them is dead.
I always hated that saying.
All right.
It's rather cheery.
So, I mean, the best time to sneak into anywhere is at night.
How sober would you consider me right now, chaps?
Soberer than you were at the wedding.
That is true, but I had to put in a solid few hours effort on that one.
I wouldn't have said you're drunk yet. I wouldn't have said you're impaired yet.
Yeah.
If you don't finish the second tumbler of straight gin that has been poured for you, you'll probably be okay.
How many feathers am I holding up?
3.
I think we're okay.
Like, are you prepared to do a little expedition tonight, Fox, or is this kind of a tomorrow night we reconvene sort of a deal?
I think we should go while the trail is fresh.
Julio makes an excellent point.
I am happy either way. I have spent a few of my spells on making this conversation a little gentler, but other than that, I'm good to go.
I'm happy to go tonight, but I would say that if we went tomorrow, then I would be able to change my kit a little to be slightly more appropriate to...
Well, what time is it right now? Maybe we can take a long rest now and wake up at 2 a.m. and
Ooh.
start doing.
Not a bad
That's
plan.
actually a fair point.
The only issue I would say, and this is entirely up to you guys, is if you went to sleep now, you could cop a good 8 hours and then be up for about 4 in the morning, which would be a good time to do this. However, the Wildwood Brigade is a military organization. They would have guards, and what is Kesh doing dragging around 3 non-Wildwood people at 4 in the morning in a basement?
Well, if they ask, she's gonna say none of your damn business, and we'll go through.
You didn't see anything.
Non hai visto niente. All right, yeah, that's all I would say. Otherwise, I love this plan.
Do you think one
If
of
it
these...
helps at all, up to you.
Oh, I was just going to say, do you think one of these lovely ladies behind the bar could lend us a room for a few hours and we can have a quick kit? Because we haven't been on the road for 3 days. And then get up in the middle of the night and go suss this joint out.
I shall ask. And I go back to the bar, and I literally just pay for a room for them.
On top of the 20 gold.
Yeah.
But I also...
The
I
ladies
also
are not
hang
even
around-
they're like, yeah, no, that's fine. Don't worry about it.
I also hang around the bar and try to see how many people I can seduce simultaneously.
I was going to say, they're probably used to Tavernish booking a room for
Yeah.
3 other people.
Yeah.
With 3.
They look a little disappointed, if anything.
I tend to pick up sort of people to entertain me.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. They're only, at most, they are mildly surprised by the gender dispersal of the people you've picked up. Not that I imagine Tavernish is up for just about anything, but yeah.
And
It's
seeing
not-
that surprise, I just go, oh, no, they're just friends. I'm still looking to get laid elsewhere tonight.
And they go, oh, and like in trio again. And then we smash cut away. They
Please.
bat their eyelids, and then we move away from that. You all have a good night's rest. Tavernish, if you'd like, you could make a performance check to see how many interested people you get before you have your long rest.
Unfortunately, I only rolled a 9, so that's a 20.
Unfortunately, is it?
How good are bards?
Bards are great.
Yeah.
20. Yeah. Not as many. Certainly not your best night. But the girls behind the bar actually close up a little early, so that they can hang out with you. There is another couple of disappointed-looking faces when these 3 are like, "Out you go, go on then, bye-bye, come on, Tavernish."
And I chill and I have another drink with them. And I don't actually have sex with anyone, I just go to bed.
No, you do, and they look. There is all a mood of disappointment about them as you go.
Sorry, ladies. One day, maybe.
This is a James Bond Moneypenny situation.
DM, can
Yes.
I ask, am I aware of non-sentient creatures, beasts, if you would, that live in and around the tree?
Yes.
Would I expect to come across any kind of beasts living in these tunnels?
Beasts, no.
Okay.
Nothing that would incommode you.
Okay.
Like insects, yes, but nothing large.
So, no tree wolves or anything?
No.
Okay.
Not underground. Not in a open brackets man-made tunnel.
Sure. Okay.
The entrances to which are presumably all fairly tightly controlled.
Can I also ask, can I get a quick roll call on who has dark vision?
I think Kesh does, and I
do,
feel
yes.
like Tavernish does.
Yeah, I do then. Wonderful.
I could be wrong. I'm not
I believe
sure.
Vulpins do, having just played one, I believe Vulpins
But I'm pretty
do.
sure Vulpins and Mapatch both do. Jabin do
I
not.
do.
Yeah. No, neither do Corvum, surprisingly.
Really?
Which is, strange.
Oh, that is weird.
That's-
Oh no, actually not so much. The crows, they're not necessarily nighttime creatures. They just
Yeah.
feel
They
like
are
they should be.
daytime birds.
Yeah.
Yeah, not
Yeah,
the cows.
I have dark vision,
So 2 of the 4 of you.
Right.
which is better than nothing.
Yeah.
It'll do.
Okay.
Alrighty. You wake up 4 in the morning. The sun has yet to rise, and there is a mist in the air. And head. It's not particularly far to the Wildwood Brigade headquarters. I haven't looked at my notes in ages. Haven't had to. Alright. So, yeah, it's the entrance to the tunnels in the lower levels of the Wildwood Brigade headquarters. Tavernish can lead you to roughly where you think it would be. Basically, you don't know anything better than this building has only recently become the headquarters of the Wildwood Brigade. Obviously,
Yeah.
because the organization itself is very new. Before that, it was an office building. And it was basically just sort of cleared out for this. So the basement has been repurposed as the Armory Cache. And there is basically a series of rooms and chambers down there that are all used for storage of weapons, armor, and munitions, stocks of supplies in case of a long siege or to supply troops. And other basically just military supplies, so, bedrolls, boots, that sort of thing.
Would we encounter anyone on the way in?
There would definitely be sort of a light guard at the door. There's the people keeping an eye out just for people who aren't supposed to be where they're not. But you are not one of those people, so they do sort of, oh, Major, hello.
Morning.
And doesn't even really bat an eye to... Basically, how are you comporting yourself?
Tired but casual.
Right. Like, act like you're supposed to be here and people aren't going to question it sort of situation. Yeah. Then
Yeah,
people
I'm
probably...
here. I brought these peeps with me. It's super early. I probably
Can
got
I
some
get
shit.
a performance check from Kesh, please?
Oh, shit.
Ooh, good luck.
12.
12. Not bad. Castellan, hey buddy.
Hi.
Castellan, we are doing a heist, a mini heist. Cash, you, 12, good enough. You look tired. Any furtiveness about your actions, is... Oh dear. We lost to Brendan.
We appear to have lost to Brendan.
Oh, no.
We have one
My
Brandon
face
down.
is in the wrong place.
Hello. When he comes back, yes, we will. I'll narrate basically. You continue on down. You would go past at the main entrance. There was a, there would be a guard post. There would also be a quartermaster's desk, which you would be. You would know actually the person at the desk. Get the spare, Brendan.
I think I left it in the car.
Someone get out the spare, Brendan.
Here I am.
There it is.
I'm hot spotting. I shouldn't disappear again tonight.
Alrighty, no worries. We reinflate Brendan, and right. It's like the co-pilot in Airplane. And you head past the quartermaster. The quartermaster is a young servant girl who, Kesh, you know quite well. Her name is Miranda. She looks really tired. She's poring over notes and a big book of like requisition forms and stuff. But basically like her tally of what she's got and what she doesn't have anymore. And she looks tired and looks up. Oh, hello, Major.
Hey, Miranda, how are you?
Yeah, good. I heard you went down to Saltar's Point. How did that all go?
Well, we banished the wake worm, so I think that counts as good.
Good, amazing. Well done. Congratulations. Who are your friends?
Oh, this is Julio, who we met in Saltar's Point. He's been a wonderful help. Did you meet Ereq before we left?
No. Nice
Hello.
to meet you, Mr. Shadowmelt.
Oh, anyway, we just popping into just can't sleep, so we decided to get up early, sort out some supplies because apparently got a new mission we've got to go on.
All right.
You don't
Well,
mind us ducking in and just kind of grabbing
Can
a few
I-
things, do you? And I have
Sorry.
deliberately not introduced Tavernish Fox.
I noticed, yes. And
Can-
Eric
can
is
I
going to ask how
pause?
she knows his surname.
I wasn't
yeah.
sure if that was a DM thing or a character thing.
You are low-key well-known, particularly through your association with Kesh. The Wildwood Brigade knew, and Kesh is out there being a well-known Wildwood Brigadier who's solving shit and hanging out with cool guys, tenders.
And my family as well?
She's a servant, and from her accent, not from Alderheart originally, it is entirely possible she has never heard of the Shadow Malts.
Sure.
That she has heard of you.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I get a performance check from the other three to see how super cash you all are? Act normal person. Yeah. Chad, normal person.
Can I do it with advantage by hiding behind my little tree? Or roll
So wait.
stealth, whichever
I want to be clear. You are trying to act normal, and you are seeking advantage by hiding behind a potted plant
Or
you
can
are
I roll
carrying
stealth and
around
hide
with
behind
you.
it?
Stealth is fine. You can do stealth, except you have been directly introduced by Kesh.
It's fine. It's all good. Yeah, it's
Get
okay.
advantage.
Look, you had 19 anyway, so you're fine. You act super cash.
Yeah, nice.
And Tavernish, I don't even know if there's any point
18.
asking you. 18, okay. You rolled a 7. Oh, awful. Yeah.
I give it sort of a halfway,
Yeah.
half salute.
She doesn't seem to notice that Kesh hasn't actually fly casual. Yeah, exactly. He is a bit of a Han Solo-esque character, actually. I think that's not unfair to say of Tavernish. Some very flattering comparisons being made today, actually. Alrighty, yeah, you carry on by. You find yourselves, Tavernish, given the direction, your best guess would be one particular room that you find yourselves in. It's large but dark and filled with racks of weapons and chests filled with armor and ammunition.
Alrighty.
Does not appear to be any other doors in here, however.
I mean, this seems as good a place as any. Would you mind giving me about 10 minutes, and it will allow me to see if there's any kind of magical shenanigans going on as we progress.
Well, while he does that, then the rest of you can. So there is. This you would guess would be where the entrance is. Best guess, and certainly a place to start. But you come in through the door, and the room is maybe 50 feet wide and about square. You are underground. You are in, as I say, underground. You are in the bark of the tree, in one of the upper branches. But the floor is functionally ground. It is not curved like you're standing on a tree trunk. It is very wide. You are in it. So the walls are wood, but the wood of the bark, and in the way that a lot of trees, if you do damage to them, the bark will grow around the injury. This bark is barky to the touch, like the walls are like tree bark.
So, is the floor barky?
The floor is polished from use, like worn smooth.
So
So
Can we
it
try
seems
to
well
investigate?
used.
Not heavily used, but in the past it has been used for different things. The storeroom is a relatively new thing for this room, possibly.
Can I just sort of unsheath my blade and just sort of walk the length of the room in slow zigzags up along it, just trailing the blade behind me, looking for a seam in the floor?
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can do that. Make me an investigation check. Kesh, you rolled an investigation as well. What was that in aid of?
I'm having a poke around.
Very well.
But I only got an 8, so I feel like I don't find much.
Kesh, a 15 is better. And Julio, how are you searching, and what are you searching in what?
Yes, well, I do have a criminal background. I would like to try and see if I see any levers or places where hidden doors would be.
You can make
the
an
walls.
investigation check with advantage, Julio.
Ooh,
Is the bark
that's
barky?
nice.
I mean, watery is fairly watery. 9.
The
with
advantage gave
Pair
me the
of
same
5s.
thing.
Oof. Alrighty. Yeah.
All on you, Eric.
Tavernish, you do not find any seams in the floor. It's not about. It was a really good way of searching the floor, but you do not find any in the floor. The ladies, Julio and Kesh, are checking out boxes, crates, what would you be looking for, Kesh?
Basically, I'm looking for any sign of, you know how there's an exit, you won't stack stuff in front of it.
Okay.
So I'm basically trying to look for signs like that, maybe somewhere that there's you can see people have walked on the floor there recently, that sort of thing.
Sure.
Using fire exit strategy.
Alrighty, then let us have a different roll, Kesh. Survival. If you are checking for sort of signs of passage,
Traces.
that is more of a tracking situation. That's better.
18 is a little better.
Yeah.
Gotta put my ranger hat on, don't I?
Yeah, you do. Kesh, you find a spot that you think, like, this is a fairly crowded room. There's been an awful lot of stuff has been left down here. And 18 was the number you needed, actually. It was
Yay!
it was quite a high check, because the trick is what you find has been blocked. You notice some scrapes on the floor that look to have been caused by something else. It's because you specifically mentioned about sort of travel and passage. You find basically the bit of the floor that is more polished. But it is a weapon rack.
Can I kind of start jiggling the weapons a bit in case one of them...
It is attached to the wall, and there is a crate right in front of it. Like, it would not be easy to get through if this is a door, but now that you've seen this weapon rack, you can see in the bark, the door is not a square. It is it is cut into the bark so that just this piece of bark just lifts out or open or something. But it is very well hidden. I put the DC was 17. Having now found it, what do you do with it? Sorry.
Like, I'll be like, Tavernish, Julio, could you give me a hand moving this chest?
Absolutely. And I go over and I pretend to help because my strength is like 5.
Yeah. So is Julio.
Well, I will try to help, but mine is 8.
Mine is 7, so we all suck.
We're so
I think
strong.
Ereq is the strongest boy in the party.
Wait for the caster to finish his ritual and then he can help with this.
The three of us just like straining to move this fucking
Yeah.
boat.
Ereq as a
we're
flat
sweating.
10 is comfortably the buff one in the party. Ereq, you were casting
Detect magic.
Detect magic. None.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's
What is the range on it? It's a 60-foot.
I'm just trying to find it, but it does go on.
It's a 10-minute.
So
I think.
yeah, it's 10 minutes and it's a 30-foot range. So
Okay.
I didn't expect to get anything in this room, but I wanted to kind of be on alert in case there was some kind of magical trap or something.
Very well. Yeah. You get that there is no magic in this area, in this room.
I'm rolling my eyes as I'm casting my ritual at
Very
the
well.
3, trying to move stuff.
Yeah, given that it's a 10-minute time, you can just sort of slowly just move the chest out of the way.
Maybe we should have removed the things from the chest first.
It's empty, but it's still like you're just so weak.
No. Adding insult to injury, it's just empty.
I prepare heal hernia.
Nice, thank you.
Yeah, she's just pushing the box on. Gee! I
Just
wish I had a
casting
spell for moving.
excessively, just casting excessively lesser restoration.
All right. You get it out of the way, and you have now found the door that you were looking for.
And I kind of hold the rack and just wiggle a little bit, like to kind of decide whether I have to lift it out or whether this more is a secret kind of pull the lever sort of a deal.
Make an investigation check on the door. Julio can either help you or do it as well.
Oh, I'll help.
Lesser major restoration. Well, that's what Kesh is hoping for. She's hoping to get a major restoration.
A 14 is the best I can do.
14's not bad. Former major restoration, yeah. Restore major.
Ouch! Right in the field.
Restore major, that's what I was meaning, yeah. Kesh, you discover that if you lift the whole weapon rack, it lifts up about 6 inches and you hear this click, and then the door swings inwards.
Oh, shoot. I kind of was half expecting that not to work so easily.
It takes a
Should we
minute or so of jiggling, but yeah.
Hey guys, I think I've found the secret entrance.
Should we be sneaky though? What if someone is there waiting for us?
Yes. Luckily, I've prepared something just for that. I grasp at the shadows in the room, and I cast Pass Without Trace on all of us.
Ooh.
Nice.
Nicely done.
It gives us a +10 bonus to stealth checks, and we cannot be tracked except by magical means for the next hour.
Nice.
And our passage leaves no tracks or other traces behind us. Also, Julio, I kind of look into the passage. I assume there's no light in there.
No, there is not.
Julio, how are you with the dark?
I mean, it's fine. I am not scared at all.
Okay, I believe you, and wouldn't you be even more confident if you could see through it? And I cast Dark Vision on Julio.
Wow.
Now,
Everything is so grey.
well,
Why?
this is my question, Eric. How does
Yes.
this manifest?
Yes, great call.
Predator vision.
No, so
Julio's eyes just get bigger.
No. So
Like a serious acid trip.
Julio wouldn't notice anything. Maybe just kind of feel a bit warmer. But the rest of us would be able to see his pupils very faintly kind of look like flames.
Cool. And
Wow.
Julio, I will let you choose. How does this change your perception of the world?
Ooh, I mean, if it's all like fire-based stuff, I think, you know how when you look at the sun for a little bit, you get like spots dancing?
Yeah.
I think I see clearer, but the spots are just always in the peripheral, just kind of like dancing there a little bit.
Ooh, I like that.
That's very cool. Alrighty, excellent. This is why I throw
So
it over to you guys.
Mechanically, just so everyone knows, it gives you 60-foot range of dark vision, and it's not concentration, and it lasts for 8 hours.
And the
Nice.
other and Pass Without Trace is also not concentration either, is it?
No, that is concentration.
Aha. But Detect Magic isn't.
It is actually, but I did cast it as a ritual, so I'm happy to say that goes away if you want, or if I cast it as a ritual, that might be different. It's up to you.
I think you need to be concentrating on it to be getting the benefit from it.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I think Pass Without Trace is probably the
More
better.
useful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Cool. You
Sorry,
can...
I just wasted 10 minutes for no reason.
Well, they
Welcome
found the
to
thing.
a standard D&D session.
Hey, you gave Kesh enough time to work out how to open the door.
Well, they both say
Managed-
They both say
Managed.
concentration on them. All right. Only in you penetrate the passageway. The darkened.
Do so piratically.
Well,
We
that's
piratically penetrate the tunnel.
that is your choice. The only noteworthy thing about the tunnel beyond, now that you can all see it, is that it twists and turns quite a bit and proceeds well beyond your range of vision.
May I ask if it seems grown or dug?
Make a investigation or perception check, whichever
I'm
you favor, or
interested in
survival
that
or
too.
nature if you are better at that. There are loads of different ways of finding it out.
Can I do that as well?
Yes,
Yeah.
Kesh would like to check for traps.
Kesh can do that. Kesh, make a
I'll help
again.
Kesh.
Sorry?
All right,
Make-
Kesh, you
make a
have
what, sorry?
advantage on investigation or perception for traps.
That's an 11.
11 and 11 for Tavernish. It looks hard to say. Whatever was done, it was a while ago. But you would guess probably Doug, if you had to guess.
Well, carved, really, I suppose.
Carved, yeah.
Dirty 20 to find traps?
There are none in the clearly dug walls or floor.
Cool. I'm sallying forth.
Very well. You sally forth. In what? So it's probably no more than 10 feet wide. It's not uniform at all. How would you be traveling? Like order.
Kesh, I feel, would be leading.
I'd like to stick by the young woman's shoulder.
Sure. So Kesh and Tavernish up front, Ereq and Julio behind. Stealth checks, please.
I will say to everyone that I can't see so good, so you may need to point me in the right direction.
Fair enough.
So I think I have a 39 with Pass Without Trace.
Wow.
That gives me a 29.
Yeah, Ereq got a 26, and Tavernish got too much.
I rolled a 3, which means that I unfortunately only got a 25.
Oh no!
Oh wow! Oh, the travesty.
Yeah, cool.
How
You're
we
all-
possibly pass through this tunnel undetected?
You pass through the tunnel as if you were ghosts. Yeah, you after about 300 feet of winding passage, you come to a door. Now, we have been going for about 3 hours. The intention of starting an hour earlier so that we also finish an hour earlier. However, we are in no way near through this adventure. Do we want to
You could have predicted
continue?
we would fuck about so much.
I put this mostly to Rhythm and Daria because I don't know their schedules. But everybody, are we happy to continue? Or shall we reconvene next week if Rhythm is available for that?
I am available for both. It's frankly whatever's easiest for Daria.
I'm fine. My cat is starting to meow, so I might run to
We
feed her a
could take
little
another
bit.
quick little breaklet and then continue on. Brendan,
Yes.
does this work for you?
I'm not working tomorrow, so fuck yeah.
Excellent. Karen, is this
Nice.
fine by you?
I am working tomorrow, but fuck it.
All right. Splendid. Well, we will take another short little breaklet, everybody, because we've got our friends in chat, Petrocorian, Castellan, we're at Rhythm, we're all here, so let's keep going because this is fun. And we will keep going. Why not? Fuck it. So we'll be back in a little minute. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye!
Hey, wait a minute.
Vast and ahoy, mateys. Thank you for bearing with us. Petrocorian, I'm going to read it because it's lovely. This game gives me so much joy that if it was represented physically and given mass, it would blot out the sun and we would all die slowly, cold and miserable. Which is,
Cute.
it's gorgeous and sort of massive, like possibly the largest forward-handed compliment. It's definitely not a straight-up compliment I've ever received, but it was certainly a really lovely thing to say in a weird kind of way, and I appreciate the heck out of it. Thank you.
That's what I mean. It's
Yeah, recursively heartening. Heartening, yeah.
Which
Just
is sort
like-
of
I
goes
like-
right back around.
Yeah. Back around.
Like, it feels like, it's like, oh, have you had any good reviews of your show? Well,
Well, there's
Petrocorian
this
said-
one person said we would blot out the sun if our joy was given space and mass.
exactly. Petrocorian,
And we'd
oh, I
all
tweet this,
die.
I love it.
Yeah, no, dead set.
That's a quote for the back of our book adaptation.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
It is genocidally enjoyable.
5 stars.
Whoa.
An apocalyptically good time.
So
5
amazing,
stars
it could
would
end
totally
the world.
would 5 stars would totally die cold and alone because of it.
Same.
Nihilistically entertaining.
Yeah. Nihilistically entirely is the thing. Thank you so much. That's very nice of you to say. All right. You get after about 300 feet of winding passage, you come to a door. This one is a straight up, it's like a normal square door. It's not fancy or anything. It's like not beautifully carved. There isn't a lintel or anything. No, it's at the west. Readers.
Hi!
Hey.
Hello.
Welcome!
Hello!
We're about to go through a mysterious door! You arrived just in time for the mysterious door.
Finger guns in chat, you bloody legends. Thank you so much for the raid. Situated Curve, good to see you. Amazing. Thank you so much for coming and joining us. Finger guns, exactly. I've got my favorite. It's why I'm subscribed to the Nerds of the West, because they've got the finger guns and they've also got the drop downy hypey situation. I love that. Thank you so much. What were you up to? This is Thursday night, so it's Reese. Who I believe it's and I think we owe Reese a birthday. Happy birthday, Reese. I think it's
happy
Reese's
birthday.
30th today.
A good round number.
Happy birthday to Reese, my friend. Playing old PS2 Lord of the Rings games.
Ooh.
Oh, sick.
Retro.
It was your 30th yesterday. Oh.
Well, happy birthday for yesterday.
Nerds of the West are really fun people to follow on Instagram. If you do, basically every day, you get a picture of Reese. You
get them on Twitter too.
He's not the only person in the thing, but yeah, you get a daily picture of Reese, and it's really kind of fun. It gives me genuine joy, Reese. So yeah, happy 30th, mate. Yes, welcome to the best decade.
Is it the best decade?
Look, mine's been okay.
I think it's the
70
decade where
something,
you
yeah.
realise everything goes downhill.
Shut up.
From here.
I'm trying to build him up.
It's the last good decade.
The last
Well,
good decade,
the last
yeah.
passable day.
Thanks.
Well, that
Thanks.
doesn't make me feel any better.
Well, Rhythm and Daria don't know because they're still in their 20s. What do they know?
We'll be there soon enough.
Yeah.
You have not yet been beat down with the stick of life.
The sweet release of death
Oh my
comes for
God.
us all eventually. Right, so you are at a door.
Can I ask,
we are
this
at a door.
does it
Yes.
look like this door has been installed, or whether if it was kind of carved out of the tree?
Installed. Made of the same wood as the area around you. They are in the bark of a giant tree, nerds, just to catch you up. Tavernish originally found some information that these people would want and has eventually come along and hooked them up with it. Tavernish is from a one-shot charity event that we did last December. The rest are genuine, normal party members, whereas he's not genuine.
Can I
Regular was the
clarify?
word I was looking for.
Are we in the bark, or are we in the wood of the tree itself?
You would be in the wood of the tree itself.
Okay.
Here.
Can I press my ear to the door and have a listen?
You may press your large fluffy ears to the door.
My adorable fluffy ear. Do you need me to roll anything to...
Yeah, perception, please.
That is a 19. So
Nice.
listen intently to the
Good.
door.
You do not hear anything beyond.
Can I, just jiggle the handle a little? Is it locked?
No.
And I will whisper to the others. It doesn't appear to be locked.
I have my travel ram with me if we want.
It does swing in, however.
Can I open it a crack and have
You can open it a crack.
If you would like, and it is merely an option, you quite probably have this, you are far more experienced at this sort of thing than me, but I am quite experienced in disarming and identifying traps.
Well, do you want to check the door? Is it rigged? Is it going to explode if I open it?
Can I check the door?
Please do.
Can I assist?
You may.
Tavernish?
Tavernish,
Alright.
you have advantage.
That is a 16 plus.
Lots. That's fine. You do not find any traps on the door. How would you check for them?
I take out my lockpick and it's a sort of a very thin piece of metal, not thin like aluminium foil, but thin enough that it bends. And I sort of poke it in so that it's bending into the door frame, and I'm just sort of like credit carding it around the inside of the door to see if there's any latches and stuff.
There does not appear to be, other than obviously the handle where that latch comes in and out. The door, would you in any way open it to determine?
No, but I would check around the tops and bottoms just to see if I can feel any string or pulleys or anything.
You do not detect any.
I just shrug. Seems fine.
I will open the door a crack and peek through.
Kesh, you open it just a tiny crack, and then the door stops, as if it hit something. You feel a clunk. There is something on the other side of the door.
Fuck. It appears to be blocked by something.
You can get it open a crack. You could probably see into the room.
Okay, I'm going to try and look through the crack and like slide my eye up and down to try and work out what's going on.
Now, this is the point where I need to ask, are any of you religious? Because you all die. No.
Wow. Oh. Well, that's one way to end the campaign.
Yeah.
I couldn't be bothered writing in episode 5. This is it. There we are. I'm just really glad we got it. Thanks for hanging out.
Probably not devout, but maybe religious adjacent. Probably would have done a lot of soul searching and investigating in religion as an option. I would probably have awareness of religion and
I think it would be fair to say that as a child you were expected to attend weekly service. Your grandmother, it was like, for appearance's sake, if nothing else, she's probably not devout herself, but I feel like Granny would have had nothing else.
Yeah. Eventually, nature and the wood itself would have ended up being my religion, hence why I'm a tender. But I would have awareness of it.
Well, nature in the wood itself is very heavily bound up in the religion of the wood, so that's not,
So, but, yes, in that case, yes, to the extent that I'm into nature in the wood.
I'm not sure what you're going for, Josh, but I don't really believe in any gods, but there are things that I pray to.
Sure. I mean, as I say, in this world, you know the gods exist. Or Amaranthines are lesser deities. You are also aware of two there are a pantheon of Amaranthines which are deities. They are the gods. Each of the humble folk and bird folk races has a deity.
My apologies. I'll be clearer. I'm aware that they exist. I just don't believe in them.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I know he's there. I just don't believe in. Yeah, it's very good. There are, however, two higher deities, Titon and Ardea, the god of the moon and the god of the sun, respectively. They are considered sort of mother and father god. In a non-literal sense, they are not the parents of all the others, but they are the sort of founding of they built the world and everything in it. Situation. But they are all sort of tiers of deities. They are known to have angelic-like beings beneath them called Astorials. But yeah, all of these are known to exist, so believing in them is a sort of redundant. You know they exist, but yeah, as Tavernish sort of defines it, this is more for the audience explanation at this point. How religious would you say Kesh and Julio are? At all?
Kesh is probably one of those people who's kind of would do religious things out of habit rather than a great piety.
Sure.
She's always been too practical for a lot of bending and scraping. But, she'll kneel a moment by a shrine. She's not opposed to that sort of thing.
Respect where respect is due situation.
Yeah, but, she's not out there casting rituals on a Saturday.
Very well. Julio?
I have a question. Is there a deity for, sea?
The sea. Ooh. That's an interesting one. Hang on.
Google?
I am just having a look quickly. Altus? Would probably be the closest.
What kind of god is that?
Altus is the Strig deity.
Okay.
They are the god of tempests and storms. That's probably about the closest. This is a forest sort of based religion. They don't really have an awful lot of they don't really have an awful lot of ocean based stuff. I think probably Altus would be the closest, or maybe Titan actually. Ardea being so there is very much the parent, mother and father to God binary. She is the land, he is the water, she is the sun, he is the moon. That sort of element, but no specific god of the sea.
I see. I think Julio would not be the kind to like pray for something, but he would be the kind to be grateful for things. Like he would like having a good meal. He'd be like saying, thank you, whoever, for this.
That's a Gaspard thing.
Oh.
Gaspard is if you were to thank a deity for a family-based stuff, particularly a Jabin, was to thank somebody for family-based stuff. Gaspard is the deity you're talking about.
I think in this case, he would thank different deity depending on what he's doing on that day. Yeah,
which is the nature of a pantheon. You thank different ones for different things. But Gaspard is the Jabin Amaranthine. Cool. Awesome. Thank you very much for that. Because so Kesh, the answer is. Is there a deity of summer afternoon naps? I want to say also Gaspard.
I just want there to be a god of naps. That'd be my favorite god. You worship by having a snooze.
As Kesh levels up, when she eventually ascends, Kesh could be the goddess of naps.
Yes.
Actually, I think so. There is the Amaranthine of Mapatch, Hath, and Hath is the sort of the god of night and sneakiness. And actually, I think Hath would probably be a good match for god of naps. His name is Brian. Brian, god of naps.
Dear Brian, may this nap be an appropriate length and actually restful. Amen.
Hey, Nextraconis, good to see you, my friend.
We've cracked open a mysterious door, and Josh is asking about our characters' religious affiliations, which feels suspicious.
Yes. The reason I ask is because the room beyond is a little odd. We are very well, my friend. This would be familiar to those who are religious, this room. But Kesh is not particularly. So it is a room full of robes on hooks. None of them are particularly fancy. Beyond that, you can't really see very much else. It looks like a communal dressing, like a dressing room in a gym or something. You know, you've got several benches, each with next to a clothes hook. It looks like a room where a lot of people get changed.
May I just sort of lean in past? Do you mind? And just... Is it all right?
Yeah.
And I just summon my familiar on the other side of the door and start looking for its eyes.
Sure.
What's your familiar?
It is a tiny sky whale that is only about 3 inches long.
Oh, wait. I remember why. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. Dario was there. You summon a tiny sky whale, a tiny Hiscalia, minus obviously the gondola.
Yes, his name is Moonbeam.
Yes, it is.
And he's just sort of floating through, and I'm looking. I close my eyes, and he's sort of exploring, and I'm just seeing what he sees.
On the far side of the door, you can see that basically there are benches all around 3 sides of the room, and the door is blocked by one of these benches.
There's a bench against the door.
Okay.
What if we just push a bit harder? Is it lodged in there, or can we push it out the way?
This is a beautiful opportunity to use my new traveling ram.
The room is empty as well, so...
To be honest, it looks like a changing room or a dressing room.
Yes.
I really want the ram.
Yes.
Ram time! Ram time!
Julio, you get out your wand of portable ram.
What is that?
It is
I don't know. Let's find out.
It is a little bronze ram called a little bronze wand, copper actually, called the wand of portable ram. It has a ram's head on one end. Julio, what do you do?
Okay. Ereq, hold Stephanie, please. Here you go.
Wasn't it Samantha?
Oh, Samantha. Samantha, Stephanie. Stephanie is the second.
I prefer Stephanie, the tree. Yeah.
I love the idea of you just calling it a different S name every time. It's like, yes, Susan. Was it Samantha? No.
Yes. No,
Sandra.
it's Stephanie.
I can't see, so I'm just putting my hands out.
Yes, and Julio will take the wand. He'd never fucking used it before, and say, "Abracadabra, door open abra."
You do that, and as you swish and flick, you...
sheep bursts from the wand.
I am not kidding. That is what happens.
What?
A tiny male sheep, about the size, or is it like
The same size as
about the size of a piggy bank, comes out of the end of the wand, just sort of boop, into existence, and drops to the ground and lands on its 4 feet and goes. Bah.
Well, shit. I thought it's a battering ram. Punch door.
My Hysteria comes down and sort of bonks its head against it.
I want to be clear, it's on the yes, it's on your side of the door, not on the other side of the door. And it looks at you. Make an animal handling check, Julio.
No. Animal
Ram
handling.
you.
I assume this wasn't the intended effect.
15.
You
It
did
looks
say
at you, tilts its head, and then goes bah, and rams its head against the door. The door moves just slightly. It's sort of.
Good job.
We might need to give it a bit of a hand.
I lay no. Is it this way? Is it? And I kind of put my weight against it.
Okay. Ereq and the ram can make an athletics check. The ram is giving you advantage. Ereq, make an athletics check to push the door open.
Funnily enough, I have a +3 to athletics.
Oh, let's go.
4.
Oh, 11. You can feel it starting to give, but you might need a little bit more help.
Ereq, do you need more rams?
Have more rams? How many rams come out of it?
I don't know.
Maybe if
more.
one of you can lean against me, push against my back, and
Sure, which of us buff young folk would you like?
just
Who doesn't have a negative strength?
None of you. Kesh.
None of us.
Kesh, you have the most stuff on you. Mate, just put your weight against me.
Kesh,
I'll-
make an athletics check as well.
I'll lean in. I roll a 2.
Kesh, it's like being leaned against by a breeze, Ereq.
I know,
I'm
lean
just
against
shaking my
me.
wand.
I
I'm
lean-
all of
shaking
you
my
away.
wand, trying to get more rams out.
Make it,
to
make,
help
make
us.
all right. Ereq, it's not Ereq. Julio, do you cast it again? Do you make
Yes,
more
rams, more rams.
So okay, you swish and flick in a particular manner, like you're like, come on, and boom. And when you do swish and flick, the initial ram disappears and a new one reappears and drops to the ground and bleats. Like,
I'm
"Meow."
Mr. Meeseeks, look at me!
Is it bigger and buffer than the
No,
previous?
it's exactly the same.
Shit.
It is the same ram. If you do it again, exactly the same thing happens. It is just the same ram that is being destroyed and reappearing again and again and again.
Every time it vanishes, it does so with a tiny, horrified shriek.
And it comes back with
Yeah.
slightly less fur.
Okay, hold on, back up. I
Man.
can't see where I'm going, but I'm going to try to run at the darkness and see if that helps.
Oh no.
I was good for a resistance, but I think you've got this.
Go on then.
Do I still have advantage?
Yeah, sure. The ram it remembers what it was being told to do before.
Before it was rudely banished and resummoned.
And forced to headbutt what is essentially a door the size of a mountain.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. You're just like, I'm so tired of this. and push the door open. A scrape from the other side sounds as the go on then, up you get. As the bench moves out of the way, and Ereq, for the first time, you get into this room. You are still blind because it is dark in here, and the only person who might actually recognize this for what it is.
Oh, it's open. Where are we? What is this?
I reach
there's
and just
lots of
hold in my
road.
hand an illusionary fire.
Oh, okay. Yes, in which case, Ereq, it doesn't emit as much light as an actual fire would, but you can now see dimly that you are in the dressing room of a priest, or several priests, like priests that, like where altar boys and priests and such would get ready for a service.
Huh. Is there a church in the same district as the Wildwood Brigade headquarters, Kesh? Do you know?
There is a minor. There's littered throughout Alderheart. There is a series of minor chapels, and there is, of course, the big cathedral, but it's nowhere near large enough to service everybody who lives in the Alderheart. So, yeah, there would be near, but not underground.
As Julio tries to shove the ram back into the wand, you say, "That smells like a cult. This is kind of cultish."
As soon as the tip of the wand touches the ram disappears.
Oh, it works.
I'm glad there wasn't any kind of insertion required.
Particularly as the tip of the wand is a ram's head. Like there is a place.
Same ram's head.
There is a. It is the same
Isn't that
ram's head.
just that you couldn't get the whole ram in, so it's just the head is stuck out?
There is a place south of where we live, Daria, called Quartermaster, but it's spelt Cowaramup.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
So inevitably, I read it as a dyslexic person as Ramakowup.
At the mention of cult, does can I see what kind of iconography is around here or on the roads?
Make an investigation or perception check. They would find different things, all of you.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
That's a 2.
Okay.
15.
15.
13.
A
13.
blistering 8.
Wow. 15, 13, and... Alrighty. Julio. Yes, this is right. Okay, Julio. You investigate the room and find a cupboard that contains several cubes of incense and a very ornate censer, which is the orb with holes in it that you put incense in, and
then you like this.
yeah. And then you beat people around the head with it like a morning star. Yeah. And it's on a gold chain as well. Fancy. And Ereq, you find, because you specifically mentioned symbols and iconography, you notice that both the censer and there is also in the corner a mitre. Is it the mitre? Is the staff? A priest's staff? I think it's called a mitre.
I should know this
is a
because I
religious
used to
thing. But
carry it at church and I can't remember.
I'm pretty sure it's
there's a
called
religious
mitre.
stick.
Yeah, there's
Wait,
a stick.
Karen,
and it's
were
got
you a
crucifix.
priest?
No, I was an altar girl. I was
crozier.
I was raised Catholic,
Yeah.
so
Josh, a crozier.
A crozier.
wow.
Oh yeah, no. The mitre is the hat of a bishop. I would say a crozier. Yeah, you find and a crozier with a very specific head. Now, basically, each one is specific to the priest who owns it. and it normally has the iconography of the particular amaranthine that they worship above the others. This one has a bird claw holding a crescent moon and a trio of stars in a triangle, which is the symbol of Titon, the father owl. And in the censer, that you also see that same symbol, the crescent moon with 3 stars.
This room is linked to Titon, so not a cult in the sense that it's a part of the greater pantheon.
And Ereq, make me a religion check.
Sure.
And anybody else is welcome to as well, actually. Well, yeah, anybody who can see is welcome to.
Is this a straight religion check?
It would be straight religion check.
Oh, nope.
No.
Oh my god. Oh, Rose.
Wow.
Is 10 the best we can do? Oof.
10 is apparently
fact-
the best we can do.
Is it too late for me to use my inspiration on
I'll
this?
let you use the inspiration.
Great.
Oh, Eric,
Down,
be
Eric.
inspired.
14.
14. Alrighty.
Hey.
14. Ereq, that is not the symbol of Titon.
Ooh.
It's very like the symbol of Titon. But the symbol of Titon is the crescent moon and the 3 stars on a black wing, not held by
Not
a
a
claw.
Huh.
And a normal Crozius would have the wing and the embossed on it. This is like an owl claw, a bird claw. It is clearly a reference to Titan, but it is not the traditional Titan symbol.
So it is a cult.
Is it called?
I take
Cult
I
alert.
take back what I just said. This may well be a cult. This is adjacent to Titan's symbol, but is not. There's a significant difference here. It seems to be grasping at the night.
Have we ever heard of like offshoot religions, like underground-ish stuff?
Yeah, you know where you know most people have heard of a weird religious sect. Have we? Have any of us heard of a weird religious sect?
Is this the Victory Life Church of Titan?
Make another religion check or
That's
history.
a very
Very.
I got a 4.
very niche reference.
You have not heard of this.
What a
Ooh,
shock!
I got a natural 20.
Hey,
Ooh.
Oh, Julio.
Julio, Ereq, yeah. Ereq, you've heard of loads of offshoot. Like there are loads of slightly variant religions, like people who have a particular congregation who believe in a particular thing. It's not unusual at all. Julio, you are aware, because you're a well-traveled person, that there are more amaranthines than are just worshipped in the Humblewood. And whilst worship of Ardea and Titon is fairly global, the others maybe not so. This might be a foreign variant of the symbol. But you're just not a particularly religious person, but you I wouldn't say you've necessarily seen this elsewhere, but you've definitely seen other iconography elsewhere. And bird claws, moon, stars, all of these are not unusual religious symbology.
It strikes me as faintly opposed to Titan. Because, like, Titan's symbol is these stars and moon emblazoned on a wing, and this is the symbol of something snatching them.
Yes.
Perhaps it's just a foreigner that has, this take on the religion.
I'm sorry. I want to be very clear about sort of the picture I'm painting on for you. The symbol of the moon. So you'll have the
Drawing time.
you have the moon there, and
Oh no!
the
Imagine
stars.
Josh shows like a dick butt, and that's it.
a cooler S.
That.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So you have basically a disc that the claw is holding, so the disc is sort of there.
Oh,
Okay. I don't necessarily think. I mean, you can choose whether or not you do, but I don't imagine it in my head as an aggressive, like, grasping titan.
No,
It's
that
just
makes
not
perfect
the
sense.
same.
But it's coming in from behind, then it's more presenting it rather than
Yeah,
stealing
yeah.
it.
It's more like, look. Yeah.
Based on the iconography of Titan, as well as the fact that it's a bird claw presenting it, would I be able to infer that this is probably, and also maybe based on the robes around and the anatomy of them, would this be mostly bird folk or humble folk, or you wouldn't be able to tell?
The robes are so anatomy, generally speaking, in the Humblewood, it's more about size than anything else. These are robes are fairly all one size fits most situation. You would be there are, let's say, there would be 7 robes in the room, of varying shape and size. If you want to make an investigation to look for signs of any specific... the other thing that I haven't mentioned yet, there are 2 other doors. One is directly across the room from you, the other is to the right. As in from where you entered.
Yeah.
Investigation.
I rolled...
You find evidence of at least 3 different kinds of bird folk. In feathers that have been left on the floor.
And, like, would I know, being potentially Titan and being a bird claw, would I know that humble folk would probably not be likely to worship that god, or...
Quite the opposite. If humble folk are going to, like, if your average rank and file humble folk were to worship any bird folk amaranthine, Titan and Ardea would be the 2 that they would worship.
Yeah, okay.
Can I go and press my ear to the nearest door out of here?
They're both are almost equidistant. There's the one ahead of you, the one to the left. To the right.
Well, I will go check
Okay.
out the one straight ahead of us.
I'll check the other one, Kesh.
Alrighty, you do that. Perception checks, please. 14? Count, Kesh.
15.
You do not hear anything on either door.
Are they both the kind of same sized? Is there one that looks like more like a closet door and more that one that looks like it leads to a hallway?
Both of them are doors that go into rooms. Not little narrow things or anything like that.
Can I open mine a crack and have a peek?
You do. It is the room beyond is in the bark.
Is it an office?
No. The room you have found is a chapel.
Oh shit. Okay.
This is obvious mostly because of a window. The window is not very large, but it is very pretty. Can you not get the rubbish out of my bin, please?
Been doing it to my bit as well. She just
loves
comes and sticks her
playing
nose
with-
and is like,
It's almost exclusively food wrappers as well, which is part of the problem. It's not very large, but it is very pretty at the far end of the room. So basically, you are coming into it from the right-hand side of the altar. Which is an ornately carved situation with legs that look like the arms of birdfolk holding up a slab of black marble. So, similar to the Crozius, it is 4 birdfolk hands holding up this slab of black marble across the top.
right.
And the rest of the furnishings seem to have been grown or carved from the bark, and the window has a very thin leaf matter. It's not glass. It's like the webbing and striations on a leaf. It is that, and it looks like a leaf has been placed over it. Massive leaf.
I'll kind of close the door again and go, well, that's a chapel, which isn't really a shock.
And has a door at the far end. The chapel does.
That goes outside or back in the
goes
tree?
Further on. You don't know if it necessarily goes outside or not.
Is it worth us taking a peek out the front door of it to see its location relative to the Wildwood Brigade?
Idea. I'll be back, and I would like to sneak into the church.
Yeah, just be careful of alarms and traps.
Make me a stealth check, Kesh. It has been less than 10 minutes, so add that 10.
The spell goes for an hour.
33.
Oh, well, in which case, yeah. So 33, yeah. Kesh, you are silent as the grave as you stealth through this fully occupied chapel with 40-odd people. No, I kid. It's no one in there. You stealth across the room, down the nave, and out.
You come out. I'm not meaning to undermine, but I'm fairly certain that Pass Without a Trace is a radius spell around Ereq.
I think it's when you cast it.
Yeah, and then people can go. Yeah, cool, I believe so. You get there, and she's no further than about 100 feet away from you when she gets to the far end.
I've still got a 23 even without passing.
Yeah, look, you're fine.
Yeah.
You get to the end, and you look. So the door heads to the left. So you've come in from there. You're going up, and then going that way, and you get to the far door. The door is much larger. It is a big sort of, not huge, but it's 8 foot wide, arched door, made of slightly fancier looking wood. It's actually like got iron bolts through it. It's sort of like a little bit like a castle door, but it's not. You get to the door. Do you look outside?
Yes, I'd like to have a peek outside to see if I can see where I am tree-wise.
You look outside. You are not outside. You are still underground.
Oh shit! Okay.
You're still in the bark. And it is. You look out into a larger chamber that has several paths leading from it. It is long and slightly curved, as it looks like it goes around the tree. You think, Kesh, you are probably now in the trunk. Given the shape of it, it looks to be half in the bark, half in the wood. As in, you can see where one starts and the other ends. And it seems to be following the curve of the tree around. It's taller. The ceiling is probably 20 feet high. And there are several passages that lead in or around, or in one case, out towards the bark, into the bark, heading up.
Right. Cool. I won't go any further. I will go back to chat to the others.
Very well.
Right.
And I assume you
genuinely. After you.
Go ahead. I was just going to say, I assume you tell us what you saw.
Yeah, I'll come back and I'll give you a rough outline and basically be like, what direction do we think we need to be heading in?
Tavernish would be able to guess that the passageway that goes out and up is the one that would be heading towards the docks.
Okay.
Right.
Do you want to just check the other...
Check the other door?
I was going to say, let's check the other door, see if that goes to a dead end or not, and then we can follow the path.
The other door is a study.
No other doors that I can see?
No. You would guess it is the study of a priest or group of priests.
Can we try to find any letters or maybe some personal belongings?
Any incriminating paperwork?
Alrighty. You may make investigation checks. I would say that you do this while Kesh goes and scouts out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So the three of you investigate.
Go ahead.
I abstain. I was specifically watching out for Kesh.
Okay.
All right. In that case, I will very carefully, being aware of where I am, cast Produce Flame and kind of keep it away from anything particularly flammable, but just so that I can see.
Very well.
Investigation, was it?
Yes.
Nice.
16. Alrighty. Okay. Yeah. More. So, having a look around, you find loads of several religious texts and materials for religious preparations. The only major thing to find in here is that all the books focus only on birdfolk amaranthines. And I don't think Julio would note that. I think only Ereq would note that.
Yeah.
There are signs of use by several people, a discarded feather here or there, and the chairs in here are sized for both small and medium-sized creatures. Like, there are 2 different sizes of chair.
No personal writing? Just books?
Not with the rolls you've gotten, I'm afraid. And possibly not at all, but definitely not with the rolls you've gotten.
Knowing how we got here in the first place, and the general sketchiness of birdfolk, I want to check walls and wall fixtures and things to see if there's potentially a hidden door panel.
Then another investigation check specifically.
I will assist you.
Very well. Or nature if it's better, Ereq.
Nature is better.
All right, then.
Would that be advantage?
Yes, with Julio helping, yes.
Great. Oh, there's a
Nice.
1 and an 18 there.
It's a real shame that there is nothing to find.
That's okay.
Yeah. You do not find any secret doors or passageways. There is a loose candelabra on the wall, but you discover it's just loose. Yeah.
I mean, I might actually just take the candelabra and use that as a slightly safer way
Of holding fire? Fair.
Yeah.
Ereq, one thing before you take this candelabra. Do we want people to know that someone was here and stole their candelabra?
Great point.
That's a giveaway.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Before
I
you
don't know
wrench
if
it
birds
off.
can blow, but yeah.
The candle back.
Tell you what,
You've already got inspiration, don't you, Rhythm?
Yeah.
Yeah.
can I find any loose candles?
Yeah. Definitely.
Great. I do that instead.
Yeah, you do.
Nice.
Alrighty, Kesh comes back. You all swap information, and Tavernish probably takes a solid guess at the direction of the room he found originally.
Great.
And-
Let's go that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I don't know if we could have found anything worse down here. There is nothing more terrifying to find underneath the Keepers of the Peace than a secret church.
Yeah. Strange
Yeah.
religion.
Getting big cult energy.
I should note that everything points to it being birdfolk only, which also doesn't shock me.
What a shock.
What about this council of yours? How many bird folk and how many humble folk are there?
Oh, all birdfolk.
Entirely birdfolk.
Oh,
but
oh, that's
Are we
That's
about to find
uncomfortable.
Birdfolk
As
Illuminati?
yeah. I think that's exactly what it
I hope
is.
so.
I have.
Stop reading my goddamn notes.
I have 80% confidence that my grandmother used to be the head of the birdfolk Illuminati.
And the other
Oh.
20% is she still is.
Oh no.
Oh, good. There's a bird cult.
Wow.
Ereq, I don't expect you to answer for your people, but what the fuck?
I just
No,
chuckled.
look, this is part of the reason why, I've joked, half joked a few times about why I left my family, but legitimately this is probably the prime reason that I'm shocked that this is even a cult, to be perfectly honest with you, because these feelings are not uncommon amongst many high-ranking birdfolk.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if this was directly related to if not the council, then other higher-ranking members of society. I am not shocked.
In other words, there's always a bird cult.
All right.
Damn it, I really didn't want there to be a bird cult. Like, I was hoping it'd be something more, benign. Never mind, let's press on, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
You press on. I'm not going to make you roll more stealth. You guys have got a +10 to it. It's late.
We are stealth.
Or early. You are stealth. And all of you are very good at it anyway. Ereq is the worst with his +16, so I think it's probably fine. You roll 2, and you've comfortably beaten anybody's passive perception. So,
We're just strolling along.
you head on up. You find your way up to a door. Tavernish, you can make me a history check if you like.
I checked my history.
You head up about... It goes up... You go up about, 50 feet, but it is up. Interestingly. And, you find yourselves outside a door that Tavernish does not recognize, which was all I was asking, really. However, it's a door. It's a fairly normal, smaller sized door. It is in the bark. No, it wouldn't be. It is in the wood. This passage is headed back into the wood. It is locked.
I put my ear against it.
I put out my candle, by the way.
Very well. Perception check, please.
It's a 10.
You don't hear anything beyond the door.
Can I listen too?
Yeah, you may.
Not because it's just because I know Fox seems on the level, but I would want to double check myself.
Yeah, sure. You do so.
Natural 20.
Nice.
Nice.
That is a total of 27.
I feel really bad that there's nothing to hear.
Damn, what a waste of a natty 20.
I'm really sorry. I will give you... All right, here you are. I'll give you something else. You do hear wind.
Ooh.
Like whistling, like through a crack.
Ominous.
I get out my thieves' tools.
Julio, nobody watch.
I put my thieves' tools back in my pocket.
We can do it
Tavernish,
together.
if we turn our backs, Julio works best if we are not watching.
Not looking, yeah.
Nobody look.
Okay. Are you a nervous?
Tavernish.
You're a nervous.
Tavernish, actually, can you hold my suit?
Sure. Just here. I'll sort of. There we go.
Tavernish is giving Julio advantage. Thieves' tools.
Yes.
Sleight of hand, I think, is the same.
Sure. Let's go. Advantage.
Come on,
Please be good. Well, it's all the same.
Wow, pair of 9s. 16. The door clicks.
Excellent.
Julio's hands shake just a little bit because there is someone watching, but you do manage to get it on the first try.
And I pat you on the shoulder and I go, "That was very nicely done, Julio."
Thank you.
Yeah.
I wasn't even worried.
Can I gently escort Julio aside and peek through the crack of the door?
You do. You can see an office.
Guys, it's an office. We found an office.
Oh, is that the same office, Tavernish?
Tavernish has a look, and it is the same office, yes.
Yep, we are underneath the warehouse.
Excellent.
You're quite a way underneath it. It's about you're about 40, 50 feet down. You're in the wood. But yes, you are near it.
Cool.
Okay.
I assume I haven't seen anyone in here.
No, there is nobody in there. It is empty. And in fact, Kesh, I'll let your nat 20 carry over. You can smell faintly burning.
From which direction?
No, as in past burning, like a candle, or no, not a candle, paper being burnt. like a small fireplace sort of situation.
Someone was covering the trail.
Mm.
Can anyone else smell smoke? Just a little bit. Like a hint.
Yes.
Yes.
Eric definitely can, now you point it out. He is very familiar with smoke.
Cool. I will open the door and step into the office.
You do so. There is a noteboard with watch rotations on it, from memory. There is, the desk is fairly plain, but well used. You're coming in from the door behind the desk. There is also another one in front. There is a worn rug in front of the desk. A withered pot plant in the corner. Does not look happy at all. There is a bookshelf, but there are shelves. It's not for books, but there isn't very much on it. And a waste paper basket.
Don't let Stephanie see the pot. I light my candle and I want to look specifically for anything identifying the user or owner of this room.
Make me an investigation check.
I would also like to investigate the basket of paper.
The waste paper basket, very
Polly
well.
and I are on the same wavelength.
You
'cause
can
that was
either
good.
both do it, or you can make it one with advantage.
I'll go help Julio look through the bin.
Okay,
Thank
Julio,
you.
advantage. Tavernish, do you do anything?
You remind me what I originally came here to steal.
It's a natural 20. 24.
Shit. What you originally came here to steal, you didn't come here to steal anything. 2 rooms up, you guys found your way into the place where the the payroll of the Wildwood Brigade was. You were here to steal that. You found, however, a secret door that was magically sealed. And rather than just take the money and leave, you guys opened the Chekhov's secret door and proceeded down and found this office, obliging me to make shit up. And then I dropped that little nugget of information into it because I knew it would irritate Karen and Nikolai. We have now made a significant plot point out of it, but you were never even supposed to come down here. You were not here to steal anything from this office.
Then why did you put a door there?
Because I really enjoy giving you guys something to look for. Zeb 2022, thank you so much for the follow.
In that case, what I do is I look around the desk. I look for writing materials and I look for ash. I look for paper ash.
Alrighty, Julio, you find in the waste paper bin, you find there are several items. Most of it is just scrambled up notes and things. It does not appear to be, none of them bear any identifying marks. However, in there you do find the burnt remains of a letter. With a nat 20, you do find on it, you are able to make out the first line. The line, and because you've read the letters in Scops's chest up to Hermia, the old love letters. This is Scops's handwriting, and the first line says, "I don't like threats, Larry." The rest is burnt away.
Who is this? Who is this la person?
We just met with someone called Laramar yesterday.
Laramar.
We did?
Yeah, she gave you
This is
250 gold pieces.
This is your boss's office?
That's the person who said you're fired. How dare.
Didn't fire me. They reassigned me without telling me. I still have a job.
Kesh, do you happen to have any kind of letters or paperwork signed by Laramar?
Would I? ODM? Would I have been given a piece of paper with...
An assignment, for example?
Or a receipt?
Orders?
I don't think so. It was all given verbally.
How suspicious.
Well, well, we can definitely come back and find some of their writing to, confirm.
Oh, you can definitely find some writing. In the waste paper basket, there are several things. Well, basically, here's the thing: in the waste paper basket, there are several examples of someone's handwriting. You don't necessarily know that this is Larimar's office, or the office of somebody called Larimar. But, sorry, yes, go for it.
I cough quietly and take one of the pieces of paper out of the trash can, and I compare it with the secret letter I was given, telling me to steal the payroll.
It is not the same handwriting.
The handwriting.
It's not the same handwriting.
Good idea, though. Good idea.
It's worthy to note, Tavernish, you can make me an investigation check, or if you would argue for a different one for comparing handwriting.
I was actually going to compare it with the one that seems to have been written by Scops and then burned.
Yeah. But whatever you would use to compare handwriting. And Brendan?
I want to compare a sample of writing or a couple of samples of writing from here to the letter that Julio is holding on to.
Using my inspiration.
Very well.
19.
Yeah.
Nice.
On a wild goose chase, you actually found a gander. Yes. A 19. These all three are different handwritings. Scops' handwriting is different to the letters. The paper. Was there a third? Yeah, it's Scops' handwriting. Sorry, Scops' handwriting is the ones that the letters Julio has are the same as the I don't like threats, but they are different from the ones in the waste paper basket. The other ones in the waste paper basket.
The letter we had, I thought it's
the
two
ones
Scops.
that.
Oh, the ones that okay, sorry. The letter to Scops matches the ones in the waste paper basket.
Sorry, I was comparing the one from Scops to the one that was telling me to steal stuff.
Those are different. That's the third one. Yeah. The three handwritings are different. So Scops and the one who was telling you to steal are similar. But only in that they are both quite an uncultured hand, quite an uneducated hand. Whereas the other one, which you are presuming is Larimar, is a very cultured hand. This is somebody who writes a lot and does so neatly.
Can you remind me, Larimar, is that a Gallus or who?
Larimar was a raptor. Larimar was a raptor who looked like a hawk.
Oh, right. Yes, you told us.
And the other person that you were taking your instructions from was Memphis, who, as I recall, was a strig.
In the room where we had all the robes and Ereq, saw feathers on the floor, were there any raptor hawk-like feathers?
Make me a nature check.
Me?
Yeah.
Shit.
Can I do that to matching colours?
Sure.
I know nothing about nature.
You know nothing about birdfolk. Ereq, on the other hand, knows quite a bit about birdfolk. Hard to guess, though. Like, feathers are feathers sort of thing, but there may well have been a feather that looked not dissimilar to some of Larimar's plumage. Larimar's plumage is not unusual, however. It is a fairly... she's not plumed in an unusual way for a raptor.
Yeah. It's not exactly a name
It's like
tag.
being blonde. It's not like, it's just...
Yeah. Look, this is obviously pointing a certain direction, but we don't have the full picture, so let's not jump to assumptions. But I think, Kesh, once we're done down here, you would probably be the person best situated to see if you can perhaps get some written orders or written assignments from Larimar.
I was just thinking the same thing. I have a
Alternate, but
burning curiosity to know who wrote who this letter was for?
On an alternate but similar idea, we could booby trap the room, not in a way of causing harm, but in a way of marking the person who uses the door next. For example, if we did something to put ink on their shoulder, you would be able to tell if this was Larimar the next time you saw them.
Interesting.
Would there be a way of doing that in such a way that the target wouldn't notice?
Certainly, I could sabotage their quill's ink pot.
But what I mean is, if they got ink on themselves, then they would likely notice that before we had the chance to check.
Yes, and they would notice and they would clean it off, but it's ink, it gets in, especially in feathers, which means that, yes, they'd clean it off, but you'd still be able to see it. And as long as it wasn't obvious, as long as it looked like a simple broken ink pot, then they wouldn't need to be extra fastidious about it because they would think it was a genuine accident. So they would have no need to hide it.
Tavernish, you are one smart fellow, almost as smart as my Captain Arthur. Pretty good.
As long as we can ensure that it seems like an accident and nothing that's been tampered with.
Yeah, we don't want them knowing we've been poking around in here, though I do plan to take this burn note with me. I have a feeling they might not miss that.
It's a good idea. I would like to wrap this up. So, Tavernish, what check would you do to sabotage an ink pot? I love this idea.
I would make a thieves' tools check to take one of my very tiny, very sharp little rods and take the quill that this person seems to use the most and just whittle a hole into the side of the ink reservoir so that it was leaking into their hand.
I have a lot of experience writing and with quills and with ink. I would like to assist him.
Okay. Make a thieves' tools check with advantage.
All right, I'm going to give myself bardic inspiration. That is an 11
Can you?
plus.
Can bards do that?
Depends on the kind of bard, I think, but not normally.
Fair enough, I won't then. That is an 11 plus 8, 19.
A 19 succeeds handily. It is a well-crafted, very neatly thought out trap. Yeah. If Ereq hadn't given you advantage, I would have given you inspiration specifically to use on it because it was very nicely done. With that, do you leave? You've probably been down here for about an hour at this point. It is getting to the point where people might start waking up.
I have one question.
Uh-huh.
While they're doing the little trap, I want to just quickly scan over the books and see what topics they cover. Are they all religious?
There are not very many books down here. There's only there's a couple of notebooks and journals. Not even journals. Nothing that relates to a person's life. It's just sort of a register of like equipment. You find another of one that relates to. You did really, really well on your investigation earlier, didn't you? You haven't done an investigation.
I had a natural 20.
Oh, that was right. Yeah, you did. Then I'll let that carry over. Yeah, you do find a notebook that contains evidence of money coming in and out. Large quantities of money. But not where it is. It's really just a notebook of this is how much we've got now. Like a
200
register.
in, 100 out.
Yeah, can I write in the a few amounts just to, if we find later, like the budget of a wild brigade?
So you're making a note of like a couple of pages worth of stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, very well. You copy the last couple of pages, say.
To be clear, Kesh is taking the burn note. She's also taking another handwriting sample from stuff in the
Very
book.
well.
Before we leave, can I just ask for Kesh and for Tavernish, what did we come here to find? Because it doesn't seem like we found much more than what you told us about originally.
Well, we have a
name.
possible clue as to the identity of the person.
I have a suspect.
I brought you here to gather information, and what we are doing here is marking our quarry. Or your quarry, at least. Because whoever does work here is thoroughly corrupt. And once you have identified them, you can take relevant action.
That's fine. I just want to make sure that we're not leaving prematurely, that there isn't anything else that needs to be done here.
Well,
I wouldn't want
be
to
honest.
risk trying to come back.
Hmm.
No, that's fair. I'll be honest, I didn't come here with a goal. I just see what there was to be found.
Yeah. Like, are there any other letters?
In the trash can, no.
What about the desk?
Actually, I would say there is 2 other burned notes in the trash can, but they are burned beyond any legibility.
Bugger.
Even for Julio's 24. And the desk does not have drawers. It is basically just a plank of wood that you sit on.
It's a writing surface, not
Yeah.
a storage.
Yeah. This is not somewhere that the person works a lot. I suppose would be the if they are fastidious about taking everything with them when they leave, which sort of leaves the whole place as a little redundant. Why go somewhere specifically to work only to take all of your stuff away with you when you go? Sort of, it's a bit weird.
Can I have a look around to see if there's a concealed cupboard or something?
You may.
I will help with that.
Make an investigation check then.
Do you want me to do one too, or Kesh with advantage?
No, I think Kesh with advantage because Ereq is helping a lot of people do a lot of things.
Yep.
So it's sort of
13's the best I
bouncing
got.
around from one to another. A 13, I'm afraid, it does not appear that there are any secret compartments in this room. I'll even let your nat 20 from before carry over, Kesh. I'm afraid there is no secret compartments from when you were checking out another room. You're getting good at these now. The only thing that you do note is that this is in the wood. And that making a secret compartment would be a lot more obvious because it is in the wood, not in the bark. Yeah. And harder.
Let me try... If we're done here, let me try one last thing. This might be crazy, but...
We just met you.
So here's my number.
I'm going to go to a wall or something that is clearly the wood and touch it, and I'm going to cast Speak with Plants. I want to commune with the...
Oh, you're about to have a migraine.
God.
Hello. If I pass out, someone be ready to catch me.
We've all got negative strength, you fucked, man.
Boom. Hello there. You okay?
I'm the Alderheart.
Right. Now, what exactly does this give you the ability to do?
Okay, let me read it.
Yeah, fair, Petricorian. I agree completely. That's how I reacted to it. It was like, fuck. They live in a giant tree. As soon as we can talk to it, no secrets can be held.
Because I assume we're in a branch or near a branch, this may be talking to the branch rather than the Alderheart itself. But
It's all one thing. Yeah.
you imbue plants within 30 feet of me with limited sentience and animation, giving them the ability to communicate with you and follow your simple commands. You can question plants about events in the spell's area within the past day, gaining information about creatures that have passed, weather, and other circumstances. Okay. And there's stuff to do with terrain, but that's the relevant bit.
I would rule that in this instance it is more of a psychic connection.
Yep.
That you sort of have a mind meld with the tree.
Yeah. And for the record, it is a 30... Oh, it's a range of self, so whatever you decide this area is.
Yeah. Probably the room. But, yeah. So, yeah, you can talk to Alderheart. This probably the first time you've ever done this.
Yeah, absolutely. Great Alderheart, I ask for your assistance. I believe that someone has been causing harm to you by creating this room. Can you describe the person or people that have been creating and inhabiting this room?
You get an image of you.
Other than the people currently within the room.
Then you see the other three, and it says not them.
Anyone else?
You get the feeling like it's trying to express those with feathers.
Yeah.
But it doesn't see it. It's a tree making distinctions between individuals, and also it says specifically in the last day, whereas you're referring to an event that happened a long time ago, as far as this tree is concerned.
Yeah.
Plus, you're kind of asking it to describe something that's happening inside of its skin.
Yeah. All up though, it agrees completely. It does not like what you are doing. Your flesh bags all look the same to a tree. Exactly. It doesn't see through that lens. Let's put it that way, or at all.
Like, I don't see species.
Yeah. So when it says it looks like you, it really just means you're the only bird folk here. He's using you as the template at the moment. Do you have any other questions? The tree is upset about what has been done and wants and wishes to help you.
Well, I was going to ask it what its desires are, but that pretty much covers it.
It wishes it could help more. Then it asks you a question.
Okay.
You get an image of there are two of you, superimposed one on each other, but one is fiery. Like
Super Saiyan Ereq.
Like it's questioning a little bit, yeah.
And
like
sorry.
The picture is done like picture question mark, like why? You have two souls. Why?
I have been chosen as a guide for something not of this world. As a companion.
And then you see the red one, the flaming one. It is the same, but it sleeps now. It's asleep. And the tree says, it doesn't say it, but you get the feeling of it sleeps. I can awaken it.
Would that be harmful to you?
It is very small.
Okay. Please help me awaken it.
Ereq, you feel your cheek burn.
Is it a painful burn or is it a pleasant burn?
It stings a little bit and then it fades. Anybody who happens to be watching the left-hand side of Ereq's face notices that his feather turns red. And then in your mind meld communication with the tree, Ereq, there is now a third being.
Does it say anything?
Not that you can understand.
Okay.
But Hope says Hope issues a greeting.
Thank you for giving me hope, great Alderheart. I will do my best to serve and to heal you.
You get you see you yourself with bark instead of feathers, and it bows to you.
Aww.
Cute.
And
Hand off.
I think we'll leave it there.
Nice.
I offer him a handkerchief. You seem to be bleeding from the nose.
From the beak.
Yeah, from the beak. Well, guys, that was very cool. That was a curveball and a half, Brendan. Well done.
Yeah, that was so fun.
That was good. That was a good one. I love it when people like, oh, what? I need to thank Serum for their amazing work behind the scenes. Serum has done work behind the scenes this week. We have new character cards, and they're all thanks to Serum, so what a bloody legend. Thanks for that. And I was about to ask, and then he just sort of sent them to me this morning. I was like, oh, thank God, I had forgotten. I'd like to thank my players for coming and playing with me today, and thank you for hanging out for like 4.5 hours. Thanks for hanging around. And particularly Rhythm, it's so great to have you back on stream. It's awesome to have Tavernish back. And so I called Rhythm at about 11 o'clock this morning saying, hey, are you free tonight? I just had this crazy idea and it would be awesome if you were there. And yeah, champion, what a bloody legend. So thanks very much for coming and hanging out. Chat, thanks so much as well. Karen, thank you for your love and support. As always, makes this thing doable. Now, I'd love to do favorite moments. Do we have time, or shall we go away?
Everyone should get one favorite moment.
Let's do a quickie.
Okay. First.
Shall we do guests first? Shall we tell Rhythm what we think they
Hell
did best?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Favorite Rhythm moments.
Okay, lightning round. I loved the kind of back and forth between Tavernish and the three ladies at the tavern.
Yes.
I loved that. Like, they were like accessory to how cool Tavernish is. I love that.
Yes.
Tearaway pants, gold star.
There were some really good one-liners, but probably my favorite that I wrote down is that it took a lot of effort and a little bit of crime.
Yes, that was very good.
Oh, and another one. I'm sorry, but the fact that you brought back the flying whale. Oh, I love that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
that's the closest he's ever come to his life goal. That is.
Yeah. I really enjoyed how you worked in the information I gave you and made it narratively part of the story. And I really appreciate it. I love being able to use other players to do some of the DM work. It was really, really cool because I know Rhythm is a pretty good DM and can add stuff in and build and assist with world building. Rhythm is the only person I've ever given my homebrew world to build their own with.
Because he wanted to play.
Because I wanted to play, yeah. So I know I play a pirate goblin.
Sneaky.
So
Rhythm?
something else I might add so quickly, Rhythm, is your patience in waiting like an hour and a half to come on screen.
Yeah.
Yes.
We have a favorite in Siri. We have a favorite in chat from Petricorian for Brendan. Speak with Plants was amazing.
Yes.
So let's talk
Yes.
Brendan. Shall we talk favorite Brendan moments? But I would like to hear a favorite Rhythm self moment. What did you do well, Rhythm?
The bit with the inkwell.
Oh, that was clever.
Yeah.
That was so
That's
clever.
smart.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I really like that idea. Okay.
Favorite Brendan moment. The conversation with your mother. That was a solid vibe. That was.
Yeah.
Especially
I
in terms of trying to see the best in the possibilities here, but also aware that there is a certain bitterness to facing death in a loved one for the first time. That was real.
I would like to bring particular attention to Brendan's storytelling chops. Given the things that he's known, given that he knows, Brendan knows what's happened. Playing Eric's reactions to Arthur leaving was really sad, and I know a thing or two about Ereq that the audience doesn't know as well, so that adds things for me. I was just like, oh, so good, so good.
Yeah. I wanted to say that I really liked how Ereq, was obviously distraught about what's going on, but was still like kind to Julio and say, yeah, you can do something, like make some nice food. You're good at that. I thought that was very sweet.
It's very, I can't be around you right now because I will snap at you, so I'm going to leave before I do.
Yeah.
Was the feeling I got.
Yeah.
I liked that moment actually, just because I was like, oh, here's something that I know that Julio is good at and Julio is proud of doing, and I appreciate what Julio is doing. I don't really need Julio around right now, but this is something that can make him feel like he's being really helpful.
Yeah. Hey, Omi, good to see you, mate. Don't worry, we've gone very long. We ran a 4-hour and 20-minute session. It was great. So we're just doing our favorite moments now. We've moved an hour earlier, so I know that doesn't work very well for you, my friend, but love the literal battering ram. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, it was
Yes.
amazing.
I really should have seen that coming. I know you fucking love it. Josh is the person who gave me an invisibility ring. So you put the ring on and the ring turns invisible.
Yeah.
Nice.
I
Only
really
when you're
should have
wearing
seen.
it.
Only when you're wearing it.
Yeah. I'll
should've
be
seen
honest,
it
I borrowed that from an Instagram thing I saw. It was a list of 10 pun magic items, and I was like, oh, that's so good. I will put that in somewhere. That's silly. Because now you get a pet ram.
Yes.
Called
Too
Stephanie.
bad I already have a pet
Yeah.
tree.
That is
Yes.
definitely my favorite Julio moment.
Oh man,
you know-
definitely the tree.
There's a point to that as well, because rams are male.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's called Stephanie.
Stephanie. Hey, don't you...
Oh no,
I'm
the
not-
tree's called Stephanie.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
gender shaming.
I know. The ring is Stephanie. Like the ring of power and visibility. Yeah. But no, because the ring of power turns all of you invisible. No, the ring of invisibility just turns the ring invisible.
I'm fairly sure the ring of power just gives you the touch. You got the touch.
Shall we talk about Julio? Or no?
Yes.
I want to hear a favorite Brendan.
Yes.
Self moment.
Probably communing with the Alderheart.
Yeah.
When we had that kind of mini sleep while I was looking at spells, I was looking at the whole list and I was like, yeah, let's go with something potentially dangerous but mind-boggling. I did also bring plant growth, so I had thought about growing the inside of the tree back, but probably won't end up
Don't
doing
wanna
that
leave
because that will
evidence
give
you
us
with that.
away.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. All right, let's talk Julio.
Julio. Oh, Julio just like eating the cake and trying not to tell us what happened to Arthur. Oh, this cake is so good. Did you ask him? Oh, I didn't get a question. But also physical and metaphorical mole. It was fucking great.
The
Wrote
small
that one down.
I liked Julio coming in to support Ereq, seemingly feeling somewhat responsible for Ereq feeling like shit. So that was a nice moment, but they haven't really had much interaction with each other yet. So that was a nice moment. And also Daria's commitment to the bit of having the shoot, of having Samantha, I think I wrote down as the first name.
I love that like everybody's got one, but no one else is carrying it around.
Yep. It's my baby now.
It's like a ram, a living creature No, I've got a tree. I'm good. I've got a Groot.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I just really appreciated the commitment to continually bringing Samantha back.
Yeah.
I really, really liked just the sheer characterization that you put into it with your insecurity, with not feeling in place with the rest of the group yet, not feeling particularly secure because you've just lost one of their teammates, and just radiating discomfort and fear of, it seems like fear of being about to get kicked out the entire time.
Yes, I'm glad that translated.
Yeah.
It's like any second they're gonna realize they're too cool for me. Shit.
Yeah. No,
Hey,
definitely. Like Julio is feeling heavy imposter syndrome right now. Like they left me responsible. I did not do the good job, and now like that's why he started showing everyone the sapling when they went to the tenders, because like some sense of belonging, please, a little bit.
Oh,
Oh, poor Julio.
beautiful. All right. Let's talk Kesh, or favorite Julio self moment.
Oh, that was about the
okay.
sapling.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Dead set. Very, very good. Kesh.
I loved how upset she got about realizing they weren't like they'd given her job away permanently.
I didn't realize that wasn't clear.
Yeah, because like Kesh had a real moment where she felt like she was just being temporarily sent away to deal with this, and then she would go back to her job, and then realizing, oh wait, you're not sent. Like you got Charlotte Dens to replace me, like permanently.
It felt like the opening of Hot Fuzz. You know, when they've gone, yeah,
You're being promoted.
You're making us all look bad. Go away.
Yeah. A little bit.
I think one
Kesh
thing that I liked
genuinely
about
thought that it was a temporary thing, and when it was done, she would go back to
Well, yeah.
running the Wildwood Brigade, and to kind of realize they're expecting her to keep doing this while Charlotte.
I guess Larimar did not express it particularly well, and I really enjoy how Kesh reacted to it, because Kesh probably could have her job back, and it's actually not really Larimar's call. It's actually probably General Sheridan's call, who is in charge of the Wildwood Brigade. Total, General Sheridan is technically your boss, but we've not had her in the stream yet.
Yeah. So yeah, Kesh being like a little hurt, like, wait, you just bounced me out?
a little hurt, you
A
say?
lot, yeah.
that's
I was
little
really
understated.
committed to that job. I thought I was just taking a little sojourn to deal with some shit, but no, apparently, I'm out. She was a little hurt. She felt like it was it didn't feel like a promotion to her to be doing this instead. It felt like you're not organized and responsible enough to do this, so we're going to send you off to just do random shit with crazy people.
I had a few.
Well, if you put it like that.
I had a few little favorite moments. I really enjoyed professional. Actually, no. There you go. My favorite moment was saying about the council. So it looks like my job is professional, go and solve problems, and it looks to me like the council might be a problem I have to solve. Professional problem solver at large. Yeah, that was a good line. Very solid line.
Yeah.
Also, to add to the a little upset Kesh, I like that the entire party just decided that Kesh has been fired, and any ideas of no, actually that did not happen. We're like, oh, it sucks that Kesh got fired, and it just turned into worse and worse situation.
I didn't get fired. I'm not inadequate. Shut up.
But another thing I really liked is how, like, after the wedding, drunk Kesh is trying to comfort Ereq. That was very cute.
Yeah, that was going to be one of my favorite moments. Was that the long-awaited conversation between Kesh and Ereq. So I really enjoyed that. But also, immediately following the not firing I felt like both of them, both Ereq and Kesh, were trying to be like navigate each other's emotional state.
Yes.
In balancing their own.
Yeah.
And yeah,
And she's
that
like, it's not that bad. No one I love has died.
Yeah, it was weird. It was really cool, and I definitely felt mutual of both of us trying to be like, oh, my life is terrible. Oh, but also
you have it worse.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, it was.
My favorite was there was this moment when Kesh still thought Tavernish was trying to seduce her, and the sense I got was, all right, I will let you touch my hand, but if you're weird, I will break your fucking wrist.
What's hilarious is there's no way she's physically strong enough to do that. We managed to assemble a party, the strongest member of which is a 10.
Oopsie.
You are all really strong on dex, con, intelligence, and wisdom. Pretty crap on charisma, except now Fox, fortunately, you have a straight 20 in Tavernish Fox, but he's leaving. So
We're gonna miss you.
I'm gonna miss you and your charisma.
Probably be back.
yeah, he probably will.
Drag you
This
in.
is Tavernish's third adventure.
Just a
yeah.
fun character.
Yeah. Which puts him up in the sort of the of the 20, I think 2 canon characters in this world. Tavernish has been in more episodes than about half of them at this
Who
point.
knows? Maybe next time you'll find out my complex backstory.
Ooh.
Remarkably similar to Volos, actually, even to the point of being Vulpin. But dealt with the problem in a massively different way.
I imagine.
Alrighty, well, we've been going
Favorite
for a
DM
long
moments.
fuck it.
Let's go.
Yes,
Yes.
favorite
Yeah.
DM moments.
Okay, I'll start. I first of all, I liked the timing of the first break after Ereq said, "I want to plunge my beak into something." Was just very funny timing. Also, I made a note here saying, "Did Havel ask me out on a date?"
No, that's not his intent.
But yeah, I really liked.
Because I got that that vibe that was what you thought, and I was just like, maybe.
Yeah. But I liked the communion with the Alderheart.
Yeah.
Something that I knew that you probably weren't expecting.
No.
But I think you handled it. You handled it very well. I was half expecting, to just kind of be knocked unconscious by how overwhelming that would be. But I really liked that. That felt like a little hero moment for Ereq at
The
the
trick
end.
with it was, I didn't want to nope it. It was a nice idea, and I didn't want to just nope it because, I could have just shut it down. I was like, no, I'm not letting you talk to the tree. But,
I did like the pivot to using that moment to reawaken hope. That was really
Yeah.
that was really cute.
I've been
I
trying
liked
to.
that
I
you
was
didn't-
looking for a spot to do that. Yeah.
I like
that
that
worked
you
really
didn't give it words.
Yeah.
Like you didn't give it language because it's too big.
It doesn't deal with anything as primitive as
But
It was-
struggled to express itself because of
It
that.
was- It was more than what I expected or wanted, really. I wasn't trying to cast progress plot or shortcut plot.
No.
Take it back.
You did a great job of skirting around and keeping the mystery while kind of confirming a lot of our suspicions and making it a nice character moment.
Yeah. Unrelated to the tree, I really liked the characterization of Eric's mom. I've never seen or heard that character before, but from the few lines that were said, I understand that she's like a stone cold kind of badass who resents her own weakness type of person. I really understood like what kind of woman that is. I think that was lovely.
Yeah.
Personally, mine was right next to that in terms of favorite DM moments. Was the husband. Just, you managed to capture an entire character in a single line. He looks constipated. He's swallowing his emotions.
Yeah.
What was it? Comment in chat about shitting your emotions or something?
Yeah, I think it was Rhythm.
Yes, real men poop their feelings.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah, that's why I spend so much time in the loo every day.
I thought that was just to get away from me.
No, it's just because I like peace and quiet to read.
No, it's because you have a broken toilet.
that also. My favorite DM moment actually would be that as well. I could sum it up in a single phrase. I'm proud of you. Because your mum is many things, but she's not a bitch. And she's also had a near death, so she's like, oh shit, I might be dying. I should probably say to my kid the thing that I have never said to him before. And yeah, I enjoyed that. It was the two things I did not plan at all were the favorite moments for Josh today, apparently. Although this is the first session I have spent twice as long playing as I did planning.
Wow.
I'm getting better at prepping quicker with help from Dreaded GM. I will happily spread the gospel of the Lazy Dungeon Master's Guide, or the Return of the Lazy Dungeon Master. It is an excellent book. I've only read the first chapter. Imagine how much quicker I could prep it if I'd read the whole thing.
You should probably read the rest of it.
I should probably read the rest of it.
But then you wouldn't be lazy.
Yeah, that's true. It's an inherently lazy thing. I think 80% of the book is blank.
I always wanted to make a thing and sell it online. It's like a guide to avoiding internet scams, and you pay $5 for the guide to avoiding scams, and then I send you a PDF that's like 100 pages long, and 99 pages are blank, and the non-blank page just says, "Don't
Gotcha.
buy random shit like people you don't know."
I think
then I'd be a terrible human, so I kind of avoided it.
All right.
It'll be funny though. I
Would
think
be funny.
though, just to comment on that, Josh, it's again, it's a testament to not only how good a DM you are, but how good a performer you are, and how in tune you are with us as performers and with our characters. That I really appreciate your world building as well, but that you are so willing and able to go with the flow and really capture the characters that we're interacting with, and knowing what our longings are as characters as well. You're really in tune with that, so I really appreciate that.
That said, third person cult when?
Now apparently.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
I do actually have another favorite self moment. It's just a little one. I made up the Golden Horn on the spot and everybody in it. And I really enjoyed the three Luma women.
Yep.
I hear it in Austin. Hello, Mr. Hello, Mr. Powers.
You can't resist us, Mr. You can't resist us, Mr. Fox.
Yeah, that. That's how I heard it in my head, and I really enjoyed those three.
I was imagining them
They need names. Probably Samantha, Stephanie, and Sandra, say.
Wow.
I was imagining them just doing each other's harmonies.
Yeah, something along those lines. Yeah, and the description of them sort of flying. They didn't actually fly, but it's like a dance in the air sort of thing. Yeah. Anyway, we should go away. Because we can pat each other on the back as much as we like. That is something we do. We borrowed from the Dreaded GM. It's really affirming and it's great. So, guys, who the absolute heck are you all? Let's go in reverse order. Rhythm. Who the heck are you, my friend?
I, the heck, am Rhythm in the Mind. I am the writer of Touch Web Serial over at touchwebserial.com. It is a web novel about urban fantasy, psychological themes. 12-year-old boy dealing with life and sexuality and trauma in a world that is far more complex than it seems. If that sounds interesting to you, go check it out. It's free to read. Other than that, I hang
Also
around
mutants.
and occasionally Dungeon Master when Josh... Yes, also that. I also occasionally Dungeon Master when Josh has projects for me on 6 hours notice.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Never made you Dungeon Master at 6 hours notice. Well, once.
No, you gave me almost a week.
Yeah, almost a week. Come on, that's like a month in DM time.
To teach my players a new system.
Look, that was partially Nova's idea. Daria, who the heck are you?
Yes, my name is Daria. I am an artist. I play here and on the Eldritch Scribe. We play there on Monday. And yeah, next time we have a Magic Zoo heist. I'm very excited. Yes. And as for my art, you can find it on this channel. You can find it on my Twitter. And maybe in a week or so, we have a new portrait here. Who knows?
Yeah, you will. Maybe. I don't know. I know you love a little bit of. All right, Karen. Who the absolute heck are you?
Don't start. Don't start.
Can the next heist be for Pud?
Yeah.
You didn't say anything about
I
custard.
don't know.
And we're all
Love a good
playing
pud.
the different people from Auntie Donna.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we're gonna go. I'll DM it and Josh
Everything's
Rhythm,
a drum.
and we'll get Joe in, and you can be the three.
You
Auntie
came
Donna
to
boys.
me 15 years ago.
No, mate.
If I
no,
if I got paid every time I have to smile through a reference, I do not I'd be rich.
Oh.
This is a very niche Australian reference.
It is
I
a
don't
very-
know if Auntie Donna have any clout outside
Global,
of Australia.
no.
Look, afterwards we can watch it together.
Yeah, we will.
It's
Sure,
very
you bet.
memorable. It's very
Daria,
good.
even to our culture,
It
it
doesn't
makes
make
no
any
sense.
fucking sense.
Okay,
It's
that
on
makes me a little
Netflix.
bit
It
easier
is a
to
Netflix series, but yeah, it's bizarre.
It's very odd. Anyway, I'm Karen. I'm a writer and performer, puppeteer. I do burlesque. You can listen to my sultry voice on the podcast There Be Dragons. We should have a new ep dropping soon. I have been teasing the bad Spanish accent I did for one of the NPCs, so you have that to look forward to when that drops.
Castellan promises soon.
He does promise soon. He did mention doing podcast stuff tomorrow, so hopefully it is TBD. You can also follow me on Twitter at Mother of Bunnies. You can also follow me on Instagram as my saucy burlesque alter ego, Miss Lola Moore. And I think that's about it. I don't have a ton coming up in the real world, so you'll just have to catch me here on Corsair's Cove on Monday and Thursday night.
Awesome.
Yay.
Brendan, who are you?
When I am not showing everyone that I know and speak to the Too Much Pud video from Auntie Donna, I am directing and acting here in Perth. I just checked tickets for my current show. There are still some tickets on Sunday, but that's literally the only day that we have tickets for. So please book in. Because otherwise there's a non-zero chance that legitimately you may miss out.
Yeah, right. Awesome. And Madame et Monsieur, Dame unter Herren and beings of indeterminate gender and persuasion, I be Josh the Pirate. You can find me here on my channel Corsair's Cove, where I run D&D, but you've done that. Good job, well done, keep doing it. I will be back on Monday night with the Mother of Bunnies to finish off this current adventure from Candlekeep Mysteries that Karen is running, and I am playing Beryl Ingots Fury. Other than that, you can find me on the podcast There Be Dragons, where I play the infamous and deadly pirate Scan Felspar and his little dragon Rush. Yeah, I do other stuff. I will be back on Phoenixy Wacky to finish off the campaign over there at some point. We're not exactly certain when, but the final episode has been sort of put on hold because of... Jaspers. I will be DMing in Jaspers Game Week, the Aussie edition of, which is rather cool and exciting. Currently, the seats for 3 of the players at my table are being auctioned off, which is really cool. So you can go into the auction and potentially buy a seat at my table and play a game of D&D with me on live on the charity stream, which is really, really cool. If not, you can just tune in and watch and see me and a bunch of my friends come and play D&D. Robert Hartley will also be playing in that game as one of my players. That's a little bit intimidating because Robert Hartley is a very famous DM. I will also be playing in his game at a later point in the week as well, which is very exciting. So go and check out those places. And the last place that we need to talk about is Ukraine, which is having a bit of rubbish time right now. The weather's just turned nasty again. And over 8 million Ukrainians are fleeing violence, which sucks for them. So if you have any spare pennies in the kitty, please consider donating to the Emergency Action Appeal, which is helping Ukrainians doing that fleeing of the violence that they are doing, which has already raised over $3 million, two of which has been donated straight by the Australian government, which is pretty cool of it, really, and unusual. So get on board with that. That'll be great. Thank you so much for joining us, everybody who has. With the EPs will be going back up on the socials and the YouTube.
Ooh, I just checked. They are up to $1.7 million raised, plus the $2 million from the Australian government.
That's great. So 3.7. Cool. That's awesome.
3.7 total. So,
and some of that might have been our help. Probably not.
Yay!
But, we'll see. So yeah, hit that subscribe, hit that follow button, champions, and we will go and raid somebody. I think.
Yeah.
It's time to raid somebody. Look, I think it's because of the time we finish, GTG Vicky is basically our only option, which is fine because we love raiding Vicky. So let's go and do that. Chuck up your favorite raid emotes in chat. Tell them where you came from. Give Vicky our love. We really like Vicky. She's a lovely person. She used to work for Sirenscape. And doesn't anymore. She is currently between jobs and playing lots of video games. She's playing a new one. Doformantic, by the looks of it. It looks like a hex-based world-building thing, by the looks of it. I have no idea. Actually, it looks like a tabletop simulator sort of situation. Looks like fun. So let's go and find out what she's doing. Say hi from us, and we'll be back Monday night for more Beryl. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye.